Creator, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister's statements. Minister's statements. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, delivering the energy Northerners need in our climate and territory as large as the Northwest Territories is challenging. We must constantly maintain and improve the territory's energy systems so our people and businesses have the energy they need when they need it. Throughout this Legislative Assembly, the N.W.T has made significant progress on a number of energy initiatives and our mandate commitment to increase the use of alternative and renewable energy that is guided by our 2030 energy strategy. We are making great strides in developing secure, affordable, sustainable energy for transportation, heat, and electricity across the territory. Since 2018, this government has invested approximately $165 million across the N.W.T to improve our energy systems, stabilize our energy costs, and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We continue to advance the planning of transformational energy projects such as the Fort Providence, Kakiza, and N.W.T transmission line, in which help decrease the reliance on diesel generation in those communities. Work also continues on the Tulsan Hydro Expansion Project, which will provide clean energy we need to fuel our natural resources industry and connect our two hydro systems in the South Slave and the North Slave regions. Mr. Speaker, we celebrated a big milestone this summer when I attended the Inuvik Wind Ribbon Cutting on July 31st, a key initiative of the 2030 Energy Strategy. Canada's northernmost wind turbine will offset diesel consumption in the town of Inuvik by an estimated 3 million litres per year and will reduce the territorial GHG by 6,000 metric tons. This project is critical to helping us meet our objectives of reducing emissions from electricity generation in diesel communities by 25%, and it will continue to provide positive benefits to the Beaufort Delta region over the coming decades. Last year, the Department of Infrastructure also released an Energy Action Plan, which outlines plans to invest approximately $194 million to advance the objectives of the energy strategy for the 2022-2025 period. Through 68 proposed actions and initiatives, this new plan provides a roadmap to push forward key projects and provide financial support over the next 3 years. Mr. Speaker, another important aspect of the 2030 energy strategy is finding ways to reduce our GHG energy use and operating costs. The N.W.T is leading by example in this area through its capital asset retrofit program. Since the program began in 2007, we have completed 102 energy retrofit projects for N.W.T facilities in 23 communities across all the regions. In 2021-2022 alone, these projects reduced the N.W.T's energy cost by $4.1 million. The Arctic Energy Alliance programs and services are central to meeting the 2030 Energy Strategy's goals and objectives. During the last fiscal year alone, 2,656 rebates and incentives provided through the AEA resulted in a reduction of 1.1 kilotons of greenhouse gas emissions and 1,400 megawatt hours of electricity use in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, the world is changing, and our energy and climate change strategies must as well. When the 2030 Energy Strategy was released in 2018, The N.W.T committed to reviewing in 2023-2024, along with completing a similar 5-year review of the climate change strategic framework. A review of both strategies over the next 2 years will determine what changes should be made based on lessons learned, access to new information and opportunities, as well as the feedback that we received. On October 12th, we will complete an over 3-month-long engagement period on the review of the 2030 energy strategy and climate change framework. As part of the review, the N.W.T hosted a 3-day in-person event in Yellowknife involving 150 representatives from Indigenous governments, Indigenous organizations, energy and climate change partners, and stakeholders. We've also engaged with energy utilities and industry, the Northwest Territories Climate Change Council, Indigenous governments organization through in-person meetings and targeted communication. Mr. Speaker, our future energy and climate change need to be ambitious and effective, but they also must be reasonable so that we can ensure we achieve the strategy vision of secure, affordable, sustainable energy systems in the N.W.T. I'm glad to report that we have successfully struck that balance over the life of this Legislative Assembly. Queen Aini, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, this government set a mandate to increase employment in small communities. Since then, meaningful progress has been made. Under the Small Community Employment Support Program, the Department of Education, Culture, and Employment has provided funding that has supported almost 2,900 jobs in communities across the N.W.T since 2018. In addition, the department provided direct financial support to over 1,100 individuals and 285 employers over the life of this Assembly through its suite of labour market programs. These programs provide a range of supports, including funding for training, wage subsidies, and supports for organizations to design and deliver employment initiatives. The comments and testimonials from clients of these programs have been moving. In the Sawtoo region, a youth canoe program accessed funding through community training partnerships. In addition to increasing employability, it assisted youth in connecting with their land, culture, and other youth across the region while promoting wellness and resiliency. In the Detroit region, 3 cousins accessed the Skills Development Program and completed the Surface Miner Training Program together. In doing so, they created a unique support system and are now all currently employed at various mines in the N.W.T. And there are many more examples like this, Mr. Speaker. To be prepared for future job and business opportunities, residents need to know what's on the horizon. This is why the department published a 20-year forecast for jobs in demand in the territory. Using updated labour market information, the forecasts provide information by education level and include the number of anticipated openings and wages for each occupation. These forecasts will inform students of the jobs that are and will be in demand and how to access education and training to secure those jobs. Skilled tradespeople continue to be in high demand across the territory. To help meet this demand, the department released updated occupational standards for the Housing Maintainer Program in 2022. This program prepares individuals to perform preventative and on-demand maintenance, minor repairs, and modernization improvements. Housing maintainers provide an important service, particularly in our small communities, and are trained in a range of areas from basic plumbing and electrical to tiling, woodwork, and drywall. To build our skilled trades workforce, the department helped 110 employers access financial supports to offset the wages of hiring and training 407 apprentices. Recognizing that one of the challenges for developing the skilled trades workforce in our small communities is the availability of certified journeypersons to mentor new apprentices. This government offers a designated trainer stream to address this. If an employer does not have a certified journeyperson to provide training for an apprentice, they may apply to have an experienced tradesperson without a certificate of qualification be recognized. We have also supported the launch of new learning supports designed to assist apprentices in addressing academic gaps and learning barriers. These programs include Building Your Skills and the Virtual Learning Strategist Pilot. They help fill a gap that has been, and they have been very well received. Mr. Speaker, this government has been committed to enhancing employment and training opportunities in small communities and continues to work collaboratively with communities to identify and address their specific needs and challenges and to create new jobs and opportunities for people of the Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to update the Legislative Assembly on the Government of the Northwest Territories' fiscal situation since the tabling of the 2023-2024 budget. It goes without saying, this has been an extraordinarily difficult financial year, not only for the government, but for many Northwest Territories residents and businesses. Despite the challenges, our actions to address fiscal pressures, combined with federal disaster assistance, means that our fiscal outlook remains stable over the medium term. We will end 2022-23 with an operating surplus, despite last year's expenditure shocks of floods and high inflation. Unfortunately, this year's expenditure shocks are even more significant. The wildfire season will cost approximately $100 million for fire suppression. Low water levels have forced significant additional costs for transporting goods to many communities and caused increased pressure on electrical systems, which are pushed back to diesel, another high-cost item. High inflation continues to affect Northwest Territories' supply chains, which in turn impacts our capital budget. As of now, these natural disasters have reduced our projected operating surplus in 23-24 from $178 million to approximately $5 million. By the time we know the final costs of a prolonged firefighting season, there is a risk that the Government of the Northwest Territories could realize an operating deficit this fiscal year. Operating surpluses are used to fund the capital budget. Without a larger operating surplus, we will likely need to incur more debt in order to invest in the much-needed infrastructure outlined in this year's capital budget. Part of what is helping keep our medium-term outlook stable is that federal disaster assistance programs should help us recover the majority of emergency expenses related to the wildfires and last year's spring flooding. As a result of the anticipated federal recoveries and our actions to defer some expenditures, we are confident that the Government of the Northwest Territories will remain in compliance with the fiscal responsibility policy this fiscal year. While short-term borrowing is expected to increase this year, the Government of the Northwest Territories is projected to be $192 million below the federally imposed $1.8 billion limit at March 31st of 2024. Although the planned and response to this year's wildfire season has challenged the 23-24 budget, actions we have taken during the 19th Legislative Assembly should return operating surpluses to more robust and sustainable levels by 25-26 and provide the fiscal flexibility to take steps to reduce our short-term borrowing and total debt. This stable medium-term forecast is mainly due to right-sizing the capital budget this year, which now better reflects the Northwest Territories' capacity to complete infrastructure projects, which improves the cash balance and debt outlook. We also strengthen the fiscal responsibility policy so that the government's total borrowing is more closely linked to the federally imposed $1.8 billion borrowing limit and establishes our own internal monitoring threshold, $120 million below the federal limit. The mineral resource industry, which accounts for almost 1/5 of the Northwest Territories economy, is in a position to benefit from strategies happening at the national level, like the focus on Canada's Critical Minerals Action Plan. This, in turn, would boost prospects for other Northwest Territories businesses and employment. That said, our economy is also precarious, with diamond mines having set closure dates and other industries experiencing their own financial shocks as a result of the wildfires, evacuations, low water levels, seasonal resupply challenges, and a lack of labor supply. A strong public sector across all levels of government mitigates some of this risk on a territory-wide level by providing employment across the territory and contributing income to the territorial economy. Adopting proactive approaches to issues such as climate change, supply chain disruptions, and cybersecurity, to name a few, will allow us to confront and wisely manage strategic risks. As we move into 2024, the 20th Legislative Assembly will benefit from the fiscal decisions made in the 19th Legislative Assembly. That said, Mr. Speaker, we are not ending the 19th Legislative Assembly in a fiscal position that allows the 20th Assembly to relax on fiscal discipline. Going forward, it will be important to consider that if revenue growth is forecasted to be limited to 3.8% growth per year, expenditure growth will need to be capped at an amount lower than this if we are to remain fiscally sustainable over the long term. As well, the current medium-term outlook assumes capital investment continues to be restricted to $260 million annually. Further, our projections are also subject to changes in interest rates, because short-term debt will need to be used until the Government of the Northwest Territories starts recovering its cash resources from the federal government under federal disaster assistance programs. Clearly, prudent management of the government's fiscal health must continue to be a priority. By this path, the Government of the Northwest Territories can start to reduce its short-term borrowing and free up more space between its ability to borrow and the federally imposed borrowing limit. This approach will allow us to continue to address our significant capital requirements without compromising much-needed programs and services. That, in turn, can help stimulate the economic potential we have throughout the Northwest Territories and make it more accessible to the private sector. I believe we've overcome many critical challenges during the 19th Legislative Assembly, establishing a good foundation for the 20th Assembly to confidently address future challenges and help build opportunities on behalf of the Northwest Territories residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements. Minister statements. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I would like to recognize this year's historical wildfire season, the challenges faced by so many N.W.T. residents and others across Canada, and a heroic effort of firefighters and emergency management personnel to protect our communities. Before the 2023 wildfire season began, weather forecasting predicted an early start to the season and a high rate risk for many areas in N.W.T. We saw record temperatures, little rain, and severe drought throughout the summer and fall. All of this resulted in extreme fire conditions for most of the season. Based on the forecast, the Department of Environment and Climate Change brought on fire crews, air tankers, and helicopters earlier in the season than normal and added additional resources. Unfortunately, all our wildfire personnel and aircraft were put to work right away. We saw our first wildfire of the season on May 4th, almost a month earlier than normal, which was followed by a record number of fires, areas burnt, and community evacuations because of fires. The first major fire followed on May 14th, threatening Kadadichi First Nation and Hay River. By the end of June, 4 N.W.T. communities have been evacuated given the threat of wildfires, including Kadadichi First Nation, Hay River, Sumbakay, and N.W.T. In July, residents of Betchico and people living along part of Highway 3 also had to leave their homes, and by mid-August, the residents of Kikisa, Enterprise, Fort Smith, Yellowknife, Delo, Detta, and the Ingham Trail in Jean Marie had been evacuated. Additionally, Hay River and Kadadichi First Nation had to be evacuated for a second time this summer. As of this week, 299 fires have burnt over 4 million hectares across the N.W.T. this season. These fires resulted in 12 community evacuations, displacing more than 2/3 of the N.W.T. residents from their homes. Mr. Speaker, we've heard from some people that wildfires are not managed like they used to be 40 or 50 years ago, and that more initial attacks. We would have avoided the worst of this. I want to be clear. We monitor the new fires throughout the season and respond to every fire that was threatening the N.W.T. community. These fires grew not because of lack of action or resources, but due to the perfect storm set in motion by nature, with record temperatures and severe droughts in the Deschaux, South Slave, North Slave, and Sawtoo regions. We had fires that burned deeper, hotter, and faster. With the buildup of forest fuel twice, which is considered extreme, the forests were primed for explosion fire growth. This combined with the relentless wind events, intense smoke, and proximity to communities made conditions very difficult for our crews. On the most difficult days, there was no amount of firefighters or aircrafts we could have put in front of these fires to stop them. Mr. Speaker, behind this year's response are people who are friends and neighbors, making critical decisions and are working hard to make the place we care for safe. Over the course of the season, more than 1,000 wildfire experts and crew members were brought in from across N.W.T, Canada, and around the world. Hundreds more structural firefighters helped to protect their communities. Hundreds of armed force members, workers from communities and private companies joined the efforts, and dozens of additional aircrafts and heavy equipment also assisted. Crews did an incredible job fire smarting, building fire breaks that will now serve as long-term protection for many of our communities. Thousands of homes, cabins, camps, and businesses were saved thanks to the help of so many. Everyone who rose to the occasion deserves the deepest gratitude of this House. Mr. Speaker, I wish to seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister is seeking unanimous consent to conclude his statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, House and colleagues. Mr. Speaker, as the fire response slows down, we will now turn our attention to learning everything we can from this year's wildfire season. Over the fall and winter, we will conduct an after-action review of this year's fires that impacted communities and applied these lessons to our operations as we do every year. Some lessons we can immediately take away, including continue to invest in wildfire and climate resilience to get ahead of challenging seasons, ensure we all play a role in fire smarting, and strengthen coordination between local firefighting forces and wildfire management teams. Mr. Speaker, I want to close by acknowledging the immense human toll of this season. This had been the most damaging wildfire season the N.W.T has ever experienced. The community of Enterprise has been devastated. More than 2/3 of all N.W.T residents were separated from their homes for weeks. Some people lost their homes, cabins, and others had their businesses or livelihoods impacted by wildfires. We also lost a firefighter, Fort Liard's Adam Yerden, tragically passed away while protecting his community earlier this summer. My thoughts remain with his family, his friends, and his colleagues. To everyone who has impacted by this year's wildfire season, our government gives not only our heartfelt thoughts, but our commitment to help you as we work to rebuild. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Minister statements, Minister statements, member statements, member statements, member for Thabatra.
Mr. Speaker, today I want to speak about the ongoing negotiation regarding the new collective agreement for the Union of Northern Workers, UNW. Mr. Speaker, all throughout my life, I've always been someone that is worker-friendly. I've always cared deeply for my community and for the well-being of all my constituents and for all the people of the N.W.T. Plus, the government of the Northwest Territories is the major employer of many N.W.T residents. So it is extremely important that the new collective agreement is fair and beneficial for all employees. That is why I'm concerned about the status of talks between the UNW and the government of the Northwest Territories, which seem to have halted and broken down for some reason. Mr. Speaker, I understand the government of the Northwest Territories expressed a desire to have a tentative agreement in place before the upcoming territorial election. However, at this juncture, it appears that this desired timeline will not be achieved. I also understand that as of mid-July, a mediator has been called in to help facilitate both parties into a mutually agreed upon collective agreement. I'm also told, Mr. Speaker, that a third-party lawyer from Vancouver has been hired to help with this process as well, which is an aspect of this process that I have a problem with. I do not understand why the government of the Northwest Territories always seeks help from outside the territory, outsourcing work and paying people to come to the N.W.T to try solving these types of matters. That's not always the right decision to do. The people of the N.W.T are very much capable of making their own decisions, especially in decisions that affect people's livelihoods and everyday lives. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, the cost of living in the N.W.T is always rising, particularly over the last year and a half. According to the Bureau of Statistics, within the last year alone, the price of food in Yellowknife has gone up 10.7%. The price of clothing has gone up 7.6%. Electricity has risen by 3.4%, and fuel oil has risen by 7.3%. Also, the key interest rate from the Bank of Canada is at its highest rate in over 20 years. All these factors are making it increasingly harder for people to put food on the table and get by. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I know that many Government of the Northwest Territory employees are wondering when a new collective agreement will be finalized and signed by the Government of the Northwest Territories and the UNW. I certainly hope that the negotiations will not be drawn out too long, and I also hope that these negotiations do not break down entirely and result in strike action, as we've seen recently within many industries across the country and around the world. I will have questions for the Minister of Finance at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfui. Oh, sorry. Member statements. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the communities of Hay River, Enterprise, and N.W.T have been through not one, not two, but 3 evacuations in 15 months. This fact is not lost on me, nor should it be on this government. Mr. Speaker, we have not recovered from the 2022 flood, or for that matter, from the 2023 spring fire. And now we add to that the most recent fire and the extensive damage it caused in Enterprise and Hay River. Considering the rate at which government moves, in addition to the lack of labor, trades, and contractors, I see flood and fire recovery going beyond the life of the next Assembly unless we do things differently. We need to add a level of support with sufficient financial resources to action each file in an efficient and timely manner. We need a clear, concise, and transparent process for those impacted. Mr. Speaker, there are residents who have been living in motels for over a year and who have been asking for our help to either provide them with a replacement home or more suitable long-term accommodation. These are people who have lost everything. They are people who may not know how to navigate a system we have created. They are people who may not have the financial resources to find a temporary rental home. They are people who want their life back. Let us provide that help. Mr. Speaker, we have residents in Paradise Valley who, rightly so, are concerned that property values have substantially declined to the point that their properties are unsaleable. Many are at a loss on what to do. Do they walk away from their properties and mortgages? Do they push for property acquisition or buyback, which some residents consider as the only viable option? An option that is allowed and set out in Section 3.4.1 of the Federal Disaster Financial Assistance Arrangement Program, which states that, and I quote, any solution that reduces or prevents recurrence of damages up to an equivalent of the cost of repairing, replacing actual damaged facilities plus mitigation enhancement values as appropriate will be considered for eligibility, end of quote. A program this government refuses to use. Mr. Speaker, it is time to ramp up support for those wanting to get their life back before they throw up their arms and say enough is enough and the hell with the N.W.T. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the 19th Assembly made history when a record number of women were elected in 2019. With the subsequent election of my colleague, the member for Mumfui, our small legislative assembly broke through the glass ceiling to become a legislature with a majority of women. This is one of our achievements that I am the most proud of. As a result, this assembly has addressed critical issues impacting women, youth, 2S LGBTQ IPA+ people, and families. Issues such as missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, intimate partner violence, universal childcare, suicide, fertility, mental health, and family well-being, among many others. And Mr. Speaker, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you and the rest of our colleagues for not only allowing us the space to do so, but for also taking up the mantle for issues that have typically been considered only for women. While the Northwest Territories made huge strides electing record numbers of women, the work to support gender equity and gender equality cannot stop here. Mr. Speaker, people who identify as women or are from the 2S LGBTQIPA+ community face serious barriers to running, including financial barriers, as men are typically better poised to self-fund their campaigns or to solicit funds from others. Colonial political environments have traditionally been patriarchal and unfriendly to those who do not identify as male. Women and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people are discouraged from putting their names forward as candidates because of the threats of violence and verbal attacks that often use social media to target, bully, and demean. Many women and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people also face negative perceptions of competency and qualification despite our intelligence, experience, and education. The Legislative Assembly and our territory need to take bold steps to overcome these challenges for women and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people to have full and effective participation in our politics and our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues, so the Legislative Assembly in our territory need to take bold steps to overcome these challenges for women and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people to have full and effective participation in politics in our democracy. They must be sitting at the table and in this very room to share their perspectives, values, and goals to ensure that decisions made will support gender equity efforts and achieve gender equality. With the end of this Assembly and the election around the corner, it's an important time to remember the political and social barriers that prevent women and 2S LGBTQIPA+ people from entering politics. I hope that the momentum for a more diverse group of MLAs will continue beyond this Assembly, and as we will continue to see complex economic, social, and environmental issues impacting our communities over the next 4 years. However, through a diverse leadership group and new perspectives, we can inform how we address those issues in a more holistic way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T has faced a truly historic wildfire season. This has put all of our communities at risk, tested all of our communities, and displaced 70% of the entire populations. This has also shown how vulnerable we are. I want to first talk about my communities, but I recognize that this has impacted all residents of the N.W.T in some way. We will need to further discuss this, what has happened here, and make sure this does not happen again. Mr. Speaker, fire number ZF015, which began in Ari Lake area, spread to Betchako and towards Yellowknife. This fire destroyed millions of hectares of land and made countless animals suffer a painful death. These lands are very important to the Indigenous people of the regions. That is where people practice their culture, language, and way of life. Many people have used those lands as a source of income for trapping and hunting. Many residents also use these areas for spring hunting, like trapping for beaver, muskrat, fishing, and duck hunting. The impact of this destruction will help to destroy our culture and language. Mr. Speaker, on July 24th, 2023, the community of Betchako was issued an evacuation order due to wildfire. This was the first time in the history of Betchako residents were forced to leave their homes. This tragic event resulted in four houses and 15 traditional cabins destroyed. Sorry about that. On June 28, 2023, fire number ZF015 was ignited due to lightning. This fire was reported twice, but deemed not a threat, and it was left alone to burn itself out. Like all fires, this one began small, but grew much larger over time. But soon enough, this fire grew so large and got out of control, it threatened to wipe out much of Bichico's key infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, sorry about that. It threatened to wipe out much of Bichico key infrastructure like the fiber optic Frank Channel Bridge and the highway itself. Then it began to threaten the city of Yellowknife. Mr. Speaker, in my view, though, the action taken to deal with this forest fire was too late. The policy of letting fire take care of themselves in the hottest, driest year on record makes no sense. In talking with the Minister of ECC, he made reference to his experts and their management of the fire. Well, Mr. Speaker, fire management are not the word I would use to describe this year's fire situation in N.W.T. It is clear to me that anyone with a little common sense would reach the conclusion that these fires should have fought much earlier before they had a chance to get out of control. Mr. Speaker, I will continue with this tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfree. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Yesterday, I tabled a report and legally binding order from our Information and Privacy Commissioner on the summaries of the secret meetings held between N.W.T and the Chamber of Mines. It proves regulatory capture is alive and well in the Department of Industry, Tourism and Investment. If you don't believe me, read the Commissioner's reports. These were secret meetings with summaries that the department then tried to heavily redact to keep much of the content secret. There's nothing wrong with N.W.T officials meeting with the mining industry. In fact, I've encouraged this practice. However, when information is kept secret and shared only with selected groups, that is simply wrong. Here's what the Information and Privacy Commissioner said, quote, "The department seems to say that it is appropriate to share policies with select members of the public before the policies are known to the general public. The rationale offered, so industry can prepare, does not appear to appreciate the dangers inherent in giving private individuals or organizations privileged early notice of government policy before it is made public. It is concerning to see that the department redacted not just the information about a policy decision, but also redacted the admonition to the working group members not to discuss it until it was announced publicly. This is the sort of behavior that could lead to the perception of regulatory capture." End of quote. This is a recurring pattern with this department. Discussions about COVID recovery quickly evolved into a high-level lobbying campaign to fundamentally change the way the mining industry is regulated. More than 25 secret meetings were also held on the new mining regulations with the mining industry. The minister refused to make ITI presentations at those secret meetings public. As part of the so-called targeted engagement on the mining regulations, 21 surveys on mining administration and policy were only open to those with prospecting licenses. The public should not have to buy a prospecting license to participate in the development of the mining regulations, Mr. Speaker. Regulatory capture is rampant in this department. The interests of the mining industry have replaced the public interest. The culture of secrecy within the department must stop, and that clearly requires direction from the minister. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Member statements, member for Nivik Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Premier made supportive comments on the Inuvik High Point wind turbine and some of the benefits that it's bringing. Today, Minister Archie praised this project as she has done many times in this House. I am in full agreement with this project. There are many benefits of this project, from jobs to clean energy. Not only will this help our energy needs, but it will help our greenhouse gas emissions, as we have seen climate change devastation continue to get worse every year in our territory. But, Mr. Speaker, I am concerned to hear that some of the businesses in my region have yet to be paid for actually installing this road to the High Point wind turbine. From the reports that I have received, there are payments that are just almost $1 million outstanding by some of our local and regional contractors. I'm sure that these contractors would feel the same as the Premier and the Minister do on this project if they were paid for their work. So, Mr. Speaker, today I will have questions for the Minister responsible for this project as to when our local and regional contractors can expect to be paid for the work that was completed. While we can stand in this House and praise the benefits as we as government are starting to experience from this project, I think it's also very important that the businesses actually who built that road get paid for their work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nivik Lakes. Member statements, member for Decho.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every year we are at the mercy of Mother Nature as we face one disaster after another. One moment we have floods, and the next we have wildfires. What we know and have experienced is that these disasters are unpredictable as to when they will strike. Mr. Speaker, we may not prevent or predict all natural disasters, but perhaps we can be proactive to prevent most. I believe the Department of ECC promotes fire breaks around communities and fire smarting within communities. It is shown that fire breaks around the perimeter of a community can prevent wildfires from reaching and destroying valuable infrastructure such as homes and businesses. I believe the south end of Enterprise had been widened an extra 50 to 100 feet, which saved that end of the community. So it goes to show fire breaks can quite possibly save a community. The challenge here is funding specifically aimed at creating wide enough fire breaks around the perimeter of communities. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the ECC Minister in this regard. Masi.
Thank you, member for Decho. Member statements, member for Kamlik.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, every evacuation story is different. Residents had access to different levels of public or personal support, and sometimes it came down to where they stood in a line. The government supplied air charters for residents to leave and return to the territory, and because of this, will not reimburse evacuation airfare costs. But the finer details of accessing those flights matter. Yellowknife's evacuation day buzzed with evacuation rumors that regular MLAs were never able to verify. By 9 a.m., multiple NGOs were told to move their clients because of the impending evacuation order. By 9:30, residents were told by connected East Coast friends, quote, "You're being evacuated at 7, hit the road now," end quote. By 10, people in the right meetings knew and told friends. By noon, multiple families hit the road, and some got on flights. By 2, banks and city facilities had closed. This is all before the 7:30 p.m. press conference announcing the evacuation order. My point, Mr. Speaker, is that multiple people knew before 7:30 and got out before discussions about government support. During the press conference, the Premier asked residents who could get on a commercial flight and leave town to do so, and they did. On Thursday, August 17th, a kilometer-long line for evacuation flights formed at Sir John Franklin High School. 3 evacuation flights left that day. Many people waited in that same line through the night to save their spot. Some were elders, many were children, some with health conditions, and some pregnant. People who could opted instead for the certainty of commercial flights. Mr. Speaker, People didn't pay for flights because they could afford it. On the heels of watching Hay River drive through literal flames to get to safety, and while expecting the fires to reach Yellowknife by weekend, they paid for flights out of fear they couldn't afford not to. Mr. Speaker, this government also provided re-entry flights. Some residents are still waiting to hear what flight they're on. They watched as multiple flights left half empty while they were desperate to get on, but they couldn't afford to wait. They had businesses to open, employers needed them, and they had a role to fill in our community. Some needed safety of home or simply couldn't afford to be away any longer. There are so many stories and nuances as to why evacuation flights didn't work for everyone. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. The member is seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleagues. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of serving many newcomer Canadians whose immigration status relies on their employment. Without employment, they risk deportation. Some support essential services, and many received undue pressure from employers to get home now. Like many, they needed those empty seats. Another was a teen moved from a safe hotel to an unsafe one. She was alone in Edmonton while her older sibling returned to post-secondary. Getting on that flight was a massive safety concern for her. Mr. Speaker, we eventually showed up and waited until they put her on a flight. The government's insistence on hand-holding all residents rather than supporting those who actually needed it meant that they did not have the capacity to serve Northerners equitably. Many things went right in this evacuation, but others did not work. This is an opportunity for this government to acknowledge that by reimbursing airfare costs of residents who worked to support the government's evacuation orders and then tried but could not be served by the N.W.T's re-entry flights. Mr. Speaker, it is clear not every evacuation support system was built the same. Unfortunately for some, it came down to where they stood in a line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tunade-Welleday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the ongoing discovery of unmarked graves throughout Canada only further highlights the atrocities of the colonial system, which has negatively impacted Indigenous people since European contact. The community of Russell River was abandoned in order to provide a clearer path for the Tolson hydroelectric dam. This is a sad tale that can be told across Canada, with the scores of Indigenous nations forcibly evicted from their ancestral homelands to make way for industrial development to benefit incoming colonial settlers. The history of Russell River is complex, with the school burning down in the 1950s, which triggered the slow deportation of residents from the community. The government did not support the community of rebuilding the school, which ran programming since the 1920s, causing people to leave in order to receive education for their children. Those that stayed face additional challenges as the Tolson River Hydro Project was really impacted the hydrology of the area, impacted trap lines, known trails, and their overall environment. These changes resulted in a history of losses to our residents, making the practice of the traditional way of life near impossible. The history of Indigenous people and colonialism and of the people not being able to return to their homelands and traditional lands use areas. Elders in my communities tell me these stories and how the Tolson Dam is the reason the school was never rebuilt and why the community was lost. Mr. Speaker, residents of 4 resolutions are still impacted by the loss of that community. The land has changed. The hunting and trapping has changed. Our people are still going into the area they speak of unmarked graves and need to ensure they are protected given the sensitive history of that region. The government has made steadfast its plans to grow the size of the Tolson Dam to further its industrial ambition in the Slave geological province. This type of major project requires a massive investment of infrastructure and risks further altering the landscape that people live in their traditional lifestyle. In addition to all of that, there's a risk of disturbing important historical sites to Indigenous population throughout this region. We need to know that all the risks are being considered and mitigated. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to complete my member statement. Merci.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welleday. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, colleagues. As the government continues to advance the Tulsa Hydro expansion project, however, I'm unclear if the overarching impacts of such expansions are understood being properly explained to the public. These grave sites of our ancestors are a critical part of our people's history. Right now, as it is, those grave sites that were flooded when the government of Canada made a decision to build this house, this dam, it went ahead without consultation or accommodations with the people in that area. We got graves that are 60 feet underwater right now. The elders want these grave sites relocated to their other communities ahead of a further advancement of the current Tulsa hydroelectric expansion project. Yes, there will be a time to consider this as part of the environmental assessment process through the Mackenzie Valley Environmental Impact Review Board, also through the Mackenzie Valley and Island Water Board water licensing process. But why not get ahead of this now and take action on the legacy of colonialism that continues to harm the descendants of Rush River? I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues.
Thank you, Member for Tunde Welde. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In today's Minister's statement, the Minister of Infrastructure tried to paint a rather rosy picture of our energy future, and I'm quite at a loss of why we would do this. Because, Mr. Speaker, I think we need to be honest with the public that our energy future is looking pretty grim. I think the statement should have started off with the first thing. We subsidized our Power Corp $15 million this year because of a record low water year and an underestimation of the cost of diesel in current rates. Mr. Speaker, those problems are not going anywhere. The reality is that our rates are going up, and people in the North will continue to pay the highest rates of power in Canada. None of the projects that the Minister listed today are going to fix that, and I think that needs to be the starting point in this conversation. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we have a problem building projects on budget and on time. The Minister celebrated the Inuvik Wind project, a project that came in at almost double what we initially expected. Mr. Speaker, that was a 3.5 megawatt project for $70 million. People down south are building wind projects at $2 million a megawatt. We're at 10 times what we're building in the south. This shouldn't be celebrated. This was one of the most, if not the most expensive wind project ever, Mr. Speaker. And I get it is expensive in the north, and I get it's hard to build. But with that project doubling in cost, the business case is very questionable. Whether saving those 3 million liters of diesel a year on a 20-year project, that's the estimated lifespan of a wind turbine, will actually pay itself off. Mr. Speaker, we need to level with people that perhaps a lot of the renewables we want to build just aren't there in the cost for the North yet. Mr. Speaker, the Minister spoke about the N.W.T transmission line, a line that was supposed to be started building in 2021, now estimated to be completion in 2028. We still don't have a cost for that project. We don't even have a route for that project. The Minister spoke of the Fort Providence transmission line, supposed to be completed in fall 2023, pushed back to 2027. It is clear that it is well over budget, and the $60 million the feds initially gave us for that Fort Providence transmission line isn't going to cut it. We have not been provided with an updated figure. The Minister spoke about the Tulsa Hydro project, a project the Minister refuses to tell us how much it's going to cost. We have a 2014 cost estimate that includes the transmission line going to the diamond mines, something the Minister has said we are no longer doing. Mr. Speaker, the Minister refuses to tell us what the cost of power will be sold at Tulsa and who's going to buy it. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we need mines to buy it. Mr. Speaker, there is a complete lack of transparency from the Department and the Power Corporation about what's going on with our energy future. I'll have questions for the Minister.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Melvin Saki was born on April 21st, 1996 to Willie and Rose Saki in Fort Providence, N.W.T. This is where he was raised until the family moved to Mile 80. Then the family moved to Hay River and on to Fort Smith. During the move to Fort Smith, he attended school in La Pointe Hall. He stayed in school until grade 7. Then he moved to Jean Marie River and the home community of his father. Melvin liked to spend a lot of time with his father in the bush. This is where he enjoyed being, especially at the family's cabin that he helped build on Sanguis Lake. Just his time there, he helped his father harvest moose, beaver, rabbits, and fish. On top of this, of his harvesting skills, he had his own trap line around the lake. He considered Jean Marie River his home, even when he left 3 years ago. He moved to Fort Simpson to be close to his friends, but was always in touch with his family. Mr. Speaker, when the family and friends spoke about Melvin's hobbies and his pastimes, it was his love to be out snowmobiling in the winter and springtime, and again, it was about being on the land and fresh air. Growing up, he enjoyed playing volleyball, roomball, softball, swimming, and of course, boating. When people described him, it was what a kind person he was. He would always be willing to lend a helping hand, especially when it came to family. He was a loving and protective brother and uncle to everyone. People said that he never got angry with people, and he was always had a smile and kind words for others. He really enjoyed talking and meeting new people. Mr. Speaker, he was very proud that he knew, understood, and spoke his language. He learned it from his dad when they were on the land. He especially liked to speak to elders and hearing the stories from the past. One of the things the family and friends will miss from his passing was the way he would get people to laugh. He had the ability to make any situation to a laughable moment, and people appreciated this. Another trait was his willingness to sing a song or two, or maybe even 10 at any given time. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that he's going to be sadly missed by the family and friends. The family would like to thank everyone who was able to attend his funeral, those that passed on their condolences, and those who helped him with his celebration of life. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Nahende. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and community at this time. Member statements. Member for Nunukput.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Noah Henry Carpenter, an Inuvalluk from Sax Harbor, Northwest Territories, known as an Inuvalluk as Ikahuk, was the son of Fred and Ada Grubin, who was known as Dr. Noah Carpenter. On behalf of his family and friends and relatives, I would like to share a part of a story of his life. I begin with some excerpts from CBC Canada. Dr. Noah Carpenter was a highly skilled surgeon, the first Inuvalluk surgeon in Canada. He passed away recently, leaving behind a legacy of hard work, inspiration to many fellow Northerners, originally from Sax Harbor, Northwest Territories. Dr. Carpenter defined expectations throughout his life. He studied chemistry at the University of Manitoba before deciding to pursue his career in medicine. In 1971, the first Inuk doctor in Canada, later specialized in thoracic surgery. Dr. Carpenter's dedication to his profession and determination to succeed made an inspiration to all and many. He will be remembered for his significant contributions to the medical field and the impact on the community. In 1983, CBC profiled Dr. Carpenter, an Inuvalluk man originally from Sax Harbor, Ikahuk, spoke about the arrival in Winnipeg years before as a young student of the North enrolled in the University of Manitoba. They had a welcoming party, he recalled, in amusement about and wanted to greet him. They are expecting someone with dark hair and oriental-looking features, wearing a fur parka and carrying a big spear. Must have great disappointment, he says, that they didn't find that. Dr. Carpenter, who died this past month, was remembered for his lifetime of hard work, determination, his accomplishments, and skilled surgeon, an inspiration he gave to many fellow Northerners. He also is on the top of his game in every way, said his brother Joey Carpenter in Sax Harbor. He was always somebody to look up to. Noah Carpenter went to residential school in Acknowledgements in 1960 before moving to Inuvik for high school. Later, the University of Manitoba to study chemistry. In 1983, TV profile said the original goal was to become a high school teacher to teach science. Somewhere along the way, he decided to go to med school. In 1971, he said He was the first Inuk doctor in Canada. His education, his training didn't stop there though. He'd go through on and to study surgery and to go to school in Scotland to specialize in thoracic surgery. You know, 50 years ago he couldn't imagine of us becoming a doctor. You know, times are different, and it was an aspiration that most of us couldn't even dream of, his brother Joey said. Noah was later described how his father Fred Carpenter, a successful trapper, expected Noah to follow in his footsteps in what was still booming business in the north. He didn't understand his own son becoming a doctor, Noah recalled. As the years went by, I think and understand perhaps I made the right move, Noah said in 1983. He was quite proud actually of being a doctor. I am a doctor. And the profile Noah would reflect on more in his decision to carve a different path for himself and his compromises it required, bluntly, about surrendering to the system and often odds with northern culture and tradition. You can't expect to devote a lot of time hunting and fishing and maintaining the old ways of life. Expect to become first-class thoracic surgeon, he said. There's always talk about breaking through and the beating the system. Well, you know the system isn't out to beat you. I think you have to just accept it, surrendering to it, and that's the way you'll succeed. You have to work at it, and to do your studies and be able to don't do things half-heartedly. Dr. Carpenter became the first Inuvialuit doctor in 1971 to focus on a segment in 1983. His education changed his life, but led him south. One of the tragedies about north is after trying for so long, I hadn't working. In 1995, Dr. Carpenter was recognized to an Inspire Award in many groundbreaking accomplishments, the Inuvialuit Specialist Surgeon to emerge in the Northwest Territories. He's been an inspiration to many and returns there to speak to the youth, motivating to understand the importance of achieving higher education, reads the Inspire website. Dr. Carpenter would now enjoy a long career as a surgeon in Comox, BC, and later Brandon, Manitoba. He also maintained his connection to the north. He last visited in 2019 at the high school reunion. He would have liked to have worked in the north, he said in 1983, but described it, never had the opportunity. I don't know what it is about me in the north, and certainly something that I wanted to do, he said. The fact that not working there will always remain a mystery. Note the part of the bold lettering in regards to Dr. Noah Carpenter's website. September 27th, the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, remembering a great success and a strong determination of Dr. Noah Carpenter from Ikahuk, Sax Harbor, son of Ada and Fred Carpenter. Noah believed to be the first Inuvialuit to become a medical doctor, to push farther into medicine, becoming leading general surgeon, and to specialize in the field. Inuvialuit Regional Corporation said it's sad to learn the recent passing and would like to offer comfort to the family and his communities in our significant loss. Dr. Noah Carpenter is an inspiration to all Inuvialuit. We are proud beneficiaries who had some followed the pursuing areas in medicine and science, like Noah Carpenter, who dedicate themselves to complete advanced schooling and show Inuvialuit what you can achieve in life and careers, said Chair Dwayne Smith. Noah Carpenter was originally furthered his education beyond a medical doctor while working in advancing techniques in thoracic surgery, vascular surgery. Noah was given the Inspire Aboriginal Achievement Award. We have enjoyed listening to Sellermutan songs, never forget his traditional Inuvialuit upbringing. Noah was a survivor of residential school starting in Aklavik who welcomed back to his family to visit at Sam's school reunion. An inspiration will be remembered. Speaking to CBC last week, his brother Joey Carpenter, who lives in Sachs Harbor, brother to Noah, says, "I'm still absorbing the news of my brother's death. He was always on the good side of everything. We looked up to him. It's going to take me a while, you know, to think about it. It never really hit me yet. And all Innivalloit, countless others who knew Dr. Noah Carpenter, will echo these words from his brother Joey. It's going to take me a while, you know, to think about it, and never really hit me yet. On behalf of the family, friends, relatives of Dr. Noah Carpenter, and Innivalloit from Ikahuk, my words are too weak to express my respect. My respect and gratitude of what he's done. Dr. Noah Carpenter blazed a wonderful way, an aspiring trail for all Innivalloit and all Northerners. Noah Henry Carpenter will be missed. Thank you for the trail you left us. Thank you for the memories and deeds of a wonderful man. Dr. Noah Carpenter was a fine doctor, a kind friend, a dear brother, and a steadfast son. Thank you, Dr. Noah Carpenter. God bless you all.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Our thoughts and prayers are with the family and community at this time, and the region as well. Member statements. Member for Rangeley.
Mr. Speaker, one fatal evening about 8 years ago, my partner told me that I should run for MLA because he was tired of hearing me complain about how the government wasn't doing enough. At the time, I was the executive director for the Yellowknife Women's Centre for Northern Families, and I knew systemic change was needed for our most vulnerable residents. Soon after, a local campaign school aimed at encouraging women to consider politics and to teach them about how to run a campaign was advertised in Yellowknife. I decided there was no harm in seeing what it was all about, and it was in this campaign school that I realized that there was space for me in politics. It's been a privilege to work in this building over the last 8 years, an honor that I do not take lightly. I want to thank all my colleagues for being steadfast through some of the most challenging days any of us will ever experience. We did not anticipate a global pandemic or the floods or fires we have experienced, but we experienced our strongest moments as an assembly when we worked through these challenges together. Thank you to my constituents for trusting me to serve you for the last 8 years, and to my children, Levi and Dylan, for being two of my biggest supporters. The biggest thank you to my partner, Rory, for being the mosquito in my ear that annoyed me enough to run for MLA, and twice at that. After much discussion and thought, I've decided to not run in this upcoming election. I don't know what I will do next, but my passion for public service continues. Looking around the chamber today, it's clear that great strides have been made towards improving representation since Minister Green and I were first elected 8 years ago. I sincerely hope that this trend continues in the next Assembly, and I wish all candidates a positive campaign experience in October. Running for office is a demonstration of your passion for our great territory, and it's an honourable pursuit, no matter the outcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Rangeley. Member statements. Returns to oral questions. Madame Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have a return to oral question asked by the member for Tuna Day Welladay on May 31st, 2023 regarding federal Indian day schools. Mr. Speaker, as I acknowledged yesterday in my return to written question response on the issue that had been raised by the member, the government of the Northwest Territories will engage with Indigenous governments and communities to learn more about how they choose to proceed with the investigation of this still upsetting chapter in the past and how they believe the government of the Northwest Territories can assist them. We will work with the Government of Canada to determine how we can continue to advance housing and health initiatives along with a suite of other social programs to try to alleviate the intergenerational trauma these schools have inflicted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Returns to oral questions. Returns to oral questions. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Havers South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, I got permission to recognize somebody. I'd like to welcome my wife, Betty, my daughter, Chelsea, and my granddaughter, Anaya. That's the one that I've taken to her first day of school since kindergarten. And I'll continue that on into university. Thank you. Well,
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Haver North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't get permission, but I'm still going to recognize them anyway. I'd like to recognize my mom in the gallery, as well as my sister Chelsea and my niece Anaya. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver North. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I might get in trouble for this one, but I'd like to recognize Kevin Whitehead, who started as a Cam Lake resident, moved to Yellowknife South, and we just got him back. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. If we've missed anyone in the gallery, I'd like to welcome you all. It's always good to have an audience with us. Acknowledgements. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Finance have any timelines for when a new collective agreement will be signed between the Government of the Northwest Territories and UNW? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the collective agreement between the Union and the Government of Northwest Territories did expire in March 31st of 2023. I don't have a set timeline. We go through the bargaining process, which is not necessarily a strict timeline in and of itself, but it is a priority, certainly for the Government of the Northwest Territories. I'm confident for the Union as well. Obviously, the wildfires and evacuations have made some challenges to everyone's schedules, but it does remain a priority. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, according to a July 2023 UNW press release, the Government of the Northwest Territories has expressed a desire to have a new collective agreement in place before the territorial election this fall. Does the Minister anticipate that a new collective agreement will be signed before Election Day on November 14th? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the parties did begin the negotiations in March of 2023. Again, this summer season has brought quite a number of unexpected challenges and emergencies to everyone's feet. But again, I do want to assure that the N.W.T and the Union do continue to have discussions. They've been in contact even throughout the evacuations. I know the department has appreciated the opportunity to be engaged, not necessarily about negotiations, but even just as a resource to be able to maintain the contact and the line of communications. All that said, though, I don't expect an agreement will be possible before Election Day, again, given the disruptions that we've had. But there is a process in place now, and the parties are, I'm confident, certainly from the part of the N.W.T, confident to pursue a collective agreement in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister provide the House with an update in general terms on the status of negotiations for a new collective agreement? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm always a bit hesitant to say too much in the House, and it's not for want of wanting to reassure the public service of the importance of this and certainly of their value. Right now, more than ever, many public servants were asked to do much more over the last few months under very difficult circumstances. They really are what makes a lot of anything the government does possible. So certainly wanting to give that reassurance. There is, at this point, the stage we're at, Mr. Speaker, that the parties are going to have a mediator appointed to the process and going through that process of having a mediator, meeting with the mediator. And again, once there is a process for that, everything is done in accordance with the Public Service Act. It may seem a bit slow, but again, at this point, I am confident that the process is being followed, that everyone is committed to it, both sides are committed to it, and we really do want to see a positive outcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm that the forthcoming new collective agreement will be fair and favourable to ordinary workers? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that really does go to the real heart and the purpose of having the process that we're in, of having that process laid out as it is, to ensure that it does bring us to a place that we have agreements that are fair, that do reflect and respect the role of the public service and the government of the Northwest Territories, and that ensures that we have a sustainable contract to provide to our public servants over the long term and in a way that is reasonable. So all of those ideals and all of those values remain unchanged. Again, I believe we're committed to seeing this process through fairly. And again, I am confident that with the process that we're underway and that both parties will be able to reach an agreement. Mr. Speaker, we certainly have monitored closely the challenges over the last year and many public service agreements that have been reached across the country. It's been a difficult year, but again, we've been watching that closely, and I'm confident with that at hand that we'll be in a position to come to an agreement in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on September 20th, 2022, after meeting with residents individually, MACA shared their process document titled Process to Rebuild or Purchase a Home on a Different Property for Residents of the Town of Hay River and the Hamlet of Enterprise. In early March 2023, some residents, not all, were advised the GNWT was no longer pursuing a buyback or property acquisition option, as originally explained by MACA staff. So, Mr. Speaker, I asked the minister responsible for MACA, has his department reconsidered its decision of not using property acquisitions as a mitigation tool for those areas of Hay River and Enterprise that have experienced flooding and now damage due to a forest fire? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the disaster assistance policy has been applied to both the 2022 flood and the 2023 fire season, and that this tool that will continue to be used to help those who have experienced property losses or damages during these events. The DAP does not contain specific buyout or buyback language, but its provisions do accomplish similar results in supporting home and business owners to relocate if they choose to do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the federal government's disaster financial assistance arrangements allows for innovative recovery solutions under Section 3.4.1, a tool provided to help those impacted by disasters. What are the barriers stopping the Minister's Department from using this tool? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Municipal and Community Affairs is using this section of the DFAA as part of its approach to the 2022 flood recovery and supports to those impacted. As part of its claim to eventually be submitted for reimbursement from Canada under its disaster assistance program, The N.W.T intends to seek reimbursement for mitigation costs used towards relocation as an innovative recovery solution under the DFAA Section 3.41 to assist individuals with relocations where mitigation on their existing properties is not feasible. Like many others, department staffs were impacted by the recent evacuation, but are now again working on this file, working with those who were impacted by the 2022 flood and still have decisions to make regarding their next steps. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister if we are using the property acquisition option, has consideration been given on how the acquisition would be calculated? Would it be based on fair market value or like what is currently done under DAP? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, at the end of June 2023, I wrote to the Paradise Gardens residents to advise that the N.W.T is not amending the DAP to provide for a different approach. The N.W.T is providing the eligible claim under DAP. The government is also directly paying for damage assessments, emergency work, structural assessments, mitigation assessments, and property appraisals. Finally, the N.W.T is also providing mitigation funding of up $75,000 per claim. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what we're talking about when we're talking about Paradise is actually a floodplain, and you know, the damage there was significant, and there's potential for it to happen again. So, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister if he is prepared to offer the property acquisition option to residents in areas where rebuilding is not feasible due to the severity of flooding and fire potential, such as Paradise Valley. And if not, is he willing to step aside as the Minister responsible for MACA and allow someone who will? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for MACA.
First question, if the member wants to come sit over here and deal with the disasters, I'm more than willing to sit over there and ask the questions. But saying that, Mr. Speaker, we have been working with the Paradise Gardens residents for over a year on their options under DAP. And prior to the wildfire event, I had written to them to clarify what is available to them under DAP. We are aware that people are in process of making their own personal decisions about their next steps, including whether or not they want to rebuild at Paradise Gardens. MACA staff are available, and as they have been over the past year, to work with Paradise Gardens residents through a disaster assistance process. And Mr. Speaker, I've had the conversations with the member, and we do have some residents who were impacted by the flood and the fires this fire season here. So we have reached out to the federal government and to talk to them about that situation. So we are working on both files on moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Tuna-de-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the issue of the Tulsa Hydro expansion project it's an outstanding issue for the members in my riding and the constituent members. In the early days when the project was started, Government Canada undertook this project, but there was really no consultation or accommodation with the residents of Tulsa, residents in Tulsa River. Mr. Speaker, right now, last weekend I went down to Fort Resolution, and I went to Hay River. I paid my respects to my relatives at the graveyard. I go to the Fort Resolution. We do the same thing. In Deda, every fall we meet and clean up the graveyard. We say rosary, and then we have a feast to honor our ancestors. Mr. Speaker, right now we have a lot of graves that are underwater as a result of this project, and the people and the families that are impacted, when they pray from home. They can't actually go to the site and pay their respects. So that's why I brought this issue up. And this issue was brought forward to me by an elder from my community, Lawrence Casaway. And he was very instrumental telling me that this is going to be set. So, Mr. Speaker, I have a question that I want to just bring to Minister of Infrastructure. I believe it's the Minister of Finance on this one here. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, additional funding will be required in order to proceed with the Tolson Hydro expansion project. What mitigation to additional economy and archaeological sites in the region have been developed by the Minister? And what consultation accommodation has been done with all the Indigenous governments on this issue? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the project has been designed to take advantage of existing infrastructure with no new flooding as an important design requirement. We are in the process, Mr. Speaker, of engaging with our Indigenous partners to define the project footprint as well as integrate traditional knowledge, land use, and areas of importance to our Indigenous partners as part of that work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the N.W.T is working closely with various Indigenous governments to engage on the expansion. My question is about public consultation, particularly with elders, on the potential impacts for unmarked graves regarding the Tolson Hydro expansion project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the N.W.T and interested Indigenous groups are working on a partnership that acknowledges legacy impacts from the original facility that was built in the 1960s, including Rocher River area. There was a report that on known impacts that had been prepared in regard to shared and was shared, including the ADFN leadership. Discussions are still underway, Mr. Speaker, to determine next steps, as it's a very important issue to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can the Minister confirm if work has been done to identify potential unmarked graves in the former Rush River community in an effort to protect these sites from potential development? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I do want to thank the member for that question. I don't thank members very often for their questions, but this one is a really important question that I want to acknowledge the member for saying so. And I want to note that we have ongoing dialogue with project partners, and we are open to working with on specific areas of interest that are identified at the steering and the working group level. We are aware that there is potential for archaeological sites in the Rocher River and are open to learn more about the archaeological sites or the grave sites that have been identified as part of that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Given the history of the Rush River, can the Minister confirm the involvement of the Quechua First Nations in the Tolson Hydro expansion project, and what financial resources has been provided to them to a meaningful participant in this work to help relocate the graves to drier land or to communities in the Quechua region? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Tuna-Day-Welday, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Acho-Denique First Nation, which includes the Yellowknives Dene First Nation, Denique First Nation, and Lutzel Dene First Nation, are actively engaged in the steering committee as well as the working group levels on this project. Mr. Speaker, to date we have spent a collective $1.7 million to support the Quechua and the N.W.T Métis Nation participation, and we have also, which is really great news, committed to multi-year funding up to amount of $1.2 million per year to support ongoing participation of this important project. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Mr. Speaker. My questions are for ECC Minister related to my member's statement regarding fire breaks. Can the Minister advise if the Department has standards and layouts to develop fire breaks to communities in the Northwest Territories? Merci.
Thank you. Member for Ditcho, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Environment and Climate Change works closely with communities to provide advice and recommendations on ways to help mitigate risks for wildfire. Fuel breaks are one of the multiple tools that are used in wildlife prevention, mitigation, and response. Characteristics of the fuel breaks are typically based on specific fuel types in a specific area and take into consideration the type of trees, including tree species, height, and density. It is important to note that the fuel breaks are not intended to stop the spread of wildfire. They are there to help slow the fire and also provide fire personnel a control line to safely ignition from there. Where possible, remove fuel between the community and the main fire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to the Minister for that answer. Has the Department completed an assessment of what each community has for fire breaks, and if they are currently compatible with any standards for such? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department regularly provides advice on ways to help protect communities from the risk of wildfires. The Department has worked with all 29 forested communities in the N.W.T. to update their community wildfire protection plan, which are designed to help reduce risk for wildfire. One of those tools available to the community is the use of fire break or fuel breaks, and they are included in the Community Wildlife Protection Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Merci to the Minister for that. I believe that many of the fire breaks that he speaks of are a bit not wide enough to prevent fires from entering the communities. Mr. Speaker, failing to have any set standards to determine proper and safe fire breaks for communities in the Northwest Territories, will the Department work to develop acceptable standards of fire breaks to protect communities? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditcho. Minister responsible for ECC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I noted earlier, the construction of fuel breaks needs to be considered a number of factors specifically to each area and community, including the type of fuel in the area. The Department of Environment and Climate Change has worked closely with each forested community to develop their community plans, which include consideration of these factors. We are committed to continue to work with the communities to provide technical advice and expertise in planning for fuel breaks, as well as other fire mitigation measures. And Mr. Speaker, just so people here in the House and people out there are aware, the fires can and have jumped the Mackenzie River from one side to the other. So when we're looking at the size of the fire breaks, again, it's not to stop fires, it's to help us be able to break it and to initiate the flames moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Excuse me. Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Regarding the fire breaks, you know, the wider the fire break, and when you get rid of the topsoil, because most communities are starting to chip, using a chipper to chip away and do fire smarting. But the chipping there, that's wood chips and that's fuel. That adds fuel to the fire. So I don't know if that's a real good idea if the department is advising communities to do that. So even their fire guards, you know, they need to be a set standard because they will protect communities. If we're not doing anything, well, we're leaving it up in the air. For next fire season, we're going to have communities that will be totally lost because of all the forests that we have in the areas. And we need to be proactive and start looking at trying to mitigate these situations. And, you know, because right now what they're doing is just reactive. Getting all the caterpillars, it's all in the South Slave. Now they're making fire breaks after the fact. You know, that doesn't seem to make, you know, to rhyme or reason. Funding is always an issue when communities are left to fend for themselves, especially in developing fire breaks that will meet an acceptable standard of protection. Can the minister work with all communities to develop a work plan as to the fire break needs of each community and funding requirements, and present these findings to the federal government for further funding? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Decho, Minister responsible for Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ECC has internal funding available each year to help communities implement their community wildfire protection plan, which can include building of fuel breaks. I can advise this House that we worked with N.W.T. AC, who successfully applied for $20 million of disaster mitigation and adaptation funding from the federal government. That money will be, as I said yesterday, will be brought forth to N.W.T. AC, and they're going to give it, allocate it to the communities, those 29 communities. Mr. Speaker, N.W.T. AC realizes that work needs to be done now, so they've reached out and worked with the communities to be able to start that work now, and then all those costs can be reimbursed April 1st. So they know exactly what money they're eligible for. So we've already done the work, we've already gone to the federal government, and we've done it through the NWTAC. So it doesn't need to be us. We've worked with NWTCA for the communities to get this done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs. Yesterday, I started questioning the Minister in regards to reimbursing residents for airfares incurred during evacuation, and I'd like to continue those questions today. As I explained today during my member statement, some residents tried unsuccessfully to use the government charters, and some also thought when they were leaving on commercial flights that they were aiding the evacuation efforts of the government of the Northwest Territories. And so I'd like to ask the Minister again, will this government reimburse the personal costs incurred by residents who booked commercial flights to either get out of town or to re-enter the territory once the evacuation order was lifted? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday it was said in the House that we telling people to get out on the planes, get the planes going out there. This is the communication that we sent out. If it's safe for residents who have vehicles and are able to drive, to start evacuating now. If there are any smoke conditions, residents evacuated by the highway will be escorted from Yellowknife through the active fire zone. Air evacuation scheduled to begin at 1 p.m. Thursday, August 7, 2023. Only residents who do not have the option to leave the area by road are asked to register for evacuation files. As I said yesterday under Section 4, or I've been saying under Section 4 of the DFAA, with the federal public safety eligibility, Section 4.11 is a reference to provincial and territorial eligible costs. If the province or territorial province provides temporary relocation shelters to residents. The GNWT did provide evacuation support, including transportation, accommodation, and food. So the GNWT will be making a claim for that cost in terms for the DFA. Member, I understand what the member has said. I've heard her numerous times. We've had numerous conversations, and unfortunately, no, we will not be reimbursing people that decided to take the flights out. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know I've had numerous conversations with the Minister about this, and at this point I'm thankful that the Minister still answers my phone calls. But I'm not done having this conversation. Mr. Speaker, I get that the government had evacuation flights. Those evacuation flights weren't available on Thursday. There was extreme environmental factors that heightened people's fear, and people were being told the fire is going to be here by the weekend, you need to do what you can to get out. Then they sat in those lineups, and they were not put on planes. I went down to the evacuation center. People were organized. The military was organized. They had them registered. They had them ready. They were waiting for airplanes. Pilots were waiting to be told when to fly. So it's not just a matter of people just choosing to get on other flights. This was an issue where the flights weren't actually as ready as we like to think that they were. We would have liked them to have been. Was it perfect? No. And so I'm asking the government to acknowledge, yes, it wasn't perfect, and there are other mechanisms that we can help residents out. We can help them out by reimbursing the cost of those flights. And I'd like to know if MACA will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake, Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thursday wasn't perfect. I had conversations with the military people that were there helping us. We're pretty calm about it. Said for the first day, it's actually pretty going smoothly. Yes, was there a long lineup? Yes. Were flights not ready to go? Yes. But I can tell you the next day, we had people out, and when people were registering, we were getting them on flights. We had the military that brought in 4 extra crews to help us get those flights out. So we did have that. We were still within the time frame that we had. I understand where the member's coming, and I still take her phone calls whenever she phones. But I mean, I understand we got a job to do. However, at the end of the day, we had a process of evacuating people from this city, from Deta and Dilo, and we're following that process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's one side of things. The other side is the re-entry flights. The re-entry flights where people literally sat and waited. Some people have never heard back. They needed to get back for work, and in some cases, like I said in my member statements, if people didn't get home, they lost their jobs. Their permanent residency in this country was being jeopardized. The fact that they needed some people to get home for safety reasons. I mean, there's a multitude of nuances, and the other part of that is that the airlines on the way home were also capping flights between $150 and $250. So I'm wondering then if MACA won't reimburse the flights, even though, yes, I agree, it does state under the DFAA, eligible response costs include, and that includes transportation. There's also section 5.2.1, which also refers to travel accommodations and incurred during an evacuation. But if MACA will not do it under the DFAA, will they put together a program similar then to the evacuated transportation support program, where we supported residents who drove out? They can put together, a fixed cost of what they'll support residents with, and tie it into that. So there are other ways that creatively the government can support residents to refund these costs, and I'm wondering if MACA will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that we got numerous phone calls from the members, including members from on this side, that had residents that didn't get their information. We then worked with them to get on those flights. Yes, we heard some of the challenges that were there, and we were trying to get people on those flights. We also had people that showed up here without telling us, and we were looking for them too. So we did have staff there that we were working on that. As for coming up with another program, we have our bailiwicks of our options available to us, and at this point in time, I am not looking at that, but we can say that it's something that maybe Cabinet can look at later on. But right now, we are focusing on what we are able to provide through the Disaster Assistance Program with the Department. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. I appreciate the acknowledgement that the Cabinet will take some time to discuss this. Mr. Speaker, it's one of those things where absolutely there was charter flights that were going out, but there was also other people who did help the evacuation and the re-entry process. by putting themselves on flights, and people did what they had to do in order to be compliant with the order, in order to be safe. I acknowledge that this might in turn be a substantial cost for the government, but this is a cost that the government is much better suited to incur than individual residents of the territory. And so I'm wondering if the minister can speak to under what parameters would MACA potentially refund a flight to a resident, because I know that there are times where different residents have different situations that might qualify for a refund from MACA. So I'm wondering if the minister could speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to speculate on what conditions or where that. I would take some time to think about it. So right now, I will not be able to answer that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our mandate commits that we will develop the business case for the Tulston Hydro expansion for spring 2020, Mr. Speaker. And what's notable about that is that we tabled the mandate in February 2020. And it seems to me the only reason you would essentially not give yourself any timeline to develop something is that it was already done. Yet here we are, Mr. Speaker, in fall 2023, and we have not seen the Tulston business case. So my question for the Minister of Infrastructure: has the Tulston business case been developed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the business case is being developed to articulate things like the strategic rationale for the project, demonstrates both economic and social impacts to the Northwest Territories, determine the method by which the project is implemented to ensure optimal value for money. This is still work underway. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, I understand what a business case is, Mr. Speaker. I understand you need one in order to justify spending billions of dollars. I didn't quite get an answer there, so I'll try again. Has the business case been developed, and if so, can we release it? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the business case was shared with the Indigenous groups. Until we get further feedback from our working group and our steering group, whether we provide it to the public, that's still yet to be determined. So right now it is with the Indigenous groups. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, this cabinet repeatedly in every single capital budget, including those, asked for money for Tulston expansion. We've spent tens of millions of dollars already, and we will continue to spend it, and yet they refuse to share the business case with us. Additionally, the minister refuses to tell us how much the project actually is going to cost. The last cost estimate we have is from 2014. It included a transmission line to the diamond mines. I understand we are no longer doing that. Mr. Speaker, can the minister give us an estimate of how much the Tulston project is going to cost? I honestly don't know whether it's $2.5 billion or $1 billion, Mr. Speaker. That is the order of magnitude. I am unsure of the cost of this project. Can we have an estimate of how much this is going to cost us? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is in the early stages of the Tulston project. You know, we are seeking federal government. They have provided us money to be able to work with Indigenous partners. We're doing that. We also need to look at things like, you know, exploring some business options. We're able to work together with Indigenous groups to get everybody at the table, because this is going to be a big, huge project for the Northwest Territories. I'm not in a position right now, Mr. Speaker, to provide what but the next government can decide how much to share. Right now, it's confidential with our partners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just find it completely unreasonable we're having this debate with no sense of how much this project is going to cost. It's clear this will be the largest infrastructure project this territory has ever built. It's a 60 megawatt expansion. Currently, between Bluefish Snare and existing Tulston, we have about 50 megawatts of hydro. So we are more than doubling the amount of power we need to sell in this territory. That is a giant project. It is a multi-billion-dollar project. I feel confident saying that, unlike nothing we have ever done. So can we answer some base questions? Who are we selling this 60 megawatts of power to? That is tens, if not hundreds of millions of more dollars of power we need to sell. We essentially have to double our rate base. That is a lot of mines that need to exist, Mr. Speaker. So can the minister try and explain to me who we are selling this power to? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North, minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and I'll say it again, our working group and steering group are working with Indigenous partners to look at the alignment. You know, we still haven't decided on what phase we're going to work on, and I just want the member to know it's a big picture thinking. It's thinking about the future, you know, leveraging federal funding so that we could make life better for Northwest Territories residents. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are for the Minister of ITI. It's been a while since I asked her about anything to do with mining, so I thought it would be a good opportunity to do so. Given that a lot of what we've been talking about has been around the wildfires, can the Minister please give us an update on how wildfire evacuation and fighting has impacted our mining sector? And I guess particularly I'm interested to know how Pine Point is doing, considering they are in the South Slave area that was quite impacted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Great Slave, minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the wildfires certainly this season did have an impact on the industry. With respect to Pine Point, Mr. Speaker, I imagine quite fortunately I understand their property was not affected by the wildfires, notwithstanding how close they may have come, but there was one gold property actually much closer towards Yellowknife that did see some damage to some of their properties. But other than that, those are the only damaged properties. The impacts really were more in terms of the timing. There were some slowdowns off some of the operating mines were loaning out their equipment and their staff. Some of the exploration projects were loaning out, and perhaps loaning is not the right word, but giving access to their helicopters. So work that they would have otherwise planned for the summer season did see some delays. That said, Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to say that Pine Point folks are back on the site. The lithium folks here are back on their sites. They were evacuated. And at this point, and we also didn't miss the September 11th valuation date for diamonds, which is a pretty significant event here in the fall and which would have had pretty significant timing issues. So things are now back up and running. I last comment on in terms of the wildfire impacts. $500,000, I understand, was provided to the United Way by the operating diamond mines. So quite a lot happened, but a lot of it actually ultimately is good news. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that's really encouraging to hear. I'm not surprised to hear about the donation from the diamond mines. They always have been stepping up when needed, including during COVID, and providing cleaning supplies and such to NGOs. Just a little bit further, and I'm not sure if the minister has this information, but have any of the mines expressed that there would be delays to their projects given the wildfire season? I'm glad to hear that equipment that was here was utilized. I actually, if you run into former member Wally Schuman, ask him about the anthrax guy showing up with his chopper at the 60th parallel during his evacuations. So definitely impacting a lot of our workers, our scientists. So does the minister know if there will be any delays to any of the project timelines that were proposed prior to the wildfire season? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave, minister responsible for industry, tourism and investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd right now be probably most concerned about the exploration projects, but as I said, at this point, folks are back on their sites. They are back up and running and hopefully going to make the most of the time that we still have this fall season. So we are, I know that the department is actively looking to get back in touch and to be fully briefed directly from the proponents as to where they're at. But at this point, I don't have any information of delays. There were some concerns about some of the resupplies for the CN rail lines, but again, that also appears to be resolved or on its way to being resolved this fall. And with that, we should see, again, while there were certainly some anxious days, I'm sure, for many projects, it does appear that they are proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to hear that. I was a bit concerned about impacts on supply chain, especially since we've already been reeling after COVID with that sector not being super stable, as well as materials being shorthanded. I guess another way that I think that I'm hoping our mineral industry can be supported is that we've been long awaiting the federal government's sort of plan for what they're going to do around the critical mineral strategy. And I know that the Northwest Territories and other territories are key to the federal government's strategy. So I'm just wondering, I know there was money allocated in billions of dollars, I believe, in the 2023 budget. So I'm just wondering, can the minister speak to, is that money actually materializing here in the territory anytime soon? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Great Slave. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the federal, provincial, territorial ministers for energy and mines were scheduled and did meet during the time of the evacuation. I was evacuated, but I was able to attend the meeting virtually, and with respect to the critical minerals and the mining side of this file, and continue to raise with colleagues federally as to when we're going to see more progress on this file. It was a good opportunity to meet. I can say we are fortunately now part of the second round of provinces and territories that are doing what are called regional energy and resource tables, and that is meant to be the driver that will help determine where and how we can see some of the funds that were announced coming into the territories. But we press them again on the fact that really the Northwest Territories does need the opportunity to compete at a level that is equivalent to the rest of Canada, and we have higher costs. We're going to need some energy availability and sustainable solutions, and we're going to need something that levels the playing field, whether it's a north of 60 mineral exploration credit or otherwise. So all of those conversations were actively had, as I said, really just within the last month. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear that there was a recent meeting. I think it's really key right now, given where we're at sort of economically and our rebuild. I guess the question I'd want to ask then is, oh gosh, now I'm losing my train of thought. With the minister meeting with her colleagues and such, and given that as we've watched the safety issue with our communities not having roads and the acute infrastructure deficit, has the conversation shifted at all for a recognition that our mining sector is also going to be supported if we look at the infrastructure needs that our territory has? So I guess what I'm trying to say is there now a greater recognition federally that the lack of roads really, while impacting our safety, is really impacting mining? And is that a way that the minister can kind of push for us to fix that infrastructure deficit? I feel like it's a good thrust that we now have more than one reason why we need roads. Thank you.
For Great Slave, minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think there's been a long uncertainty about which would take priority, whether it's the roads that bring the resupply or whether it would be access to greener and more sustainable energy solutions, which is really an area that is particularly for critical minerals, but for the large diamond mines have made public commitments as well as to how they're going to move forward, whether, again, which of those two they'd take first. I'm sure they'd probably be happy to take both. With respect to roads, Mr. Speaker, I know at least two of the diamond mines, I believe De Beers and I think at least one other were flying chartered food into some of their IBA partner communities. So they are well aware of how difficult it is to be disconnected from a road system. I think that angle that the member's getting at is always the angle that we present, not only for the mineral resource industry, it's really for all of the industries in the Northwest Territories. Our economy relies on transportation corridors, just as others do, relies on energy access, as others do, and the minute we can get to a place where we are on par with the rest of Canada, then we'll be far more competitive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik-Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, the issue that I brought up in my member statement is not a new issue. It was actually addressed to the Minister of Finance and her team while she was up in Inuvik. So my questions for the Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corp, who is in charge of this contract for the wind project in Inuvik, that the contractors who built the road for the wind turbine project have outstanding amounts that need to be paid. Can the Minister advise us and the businesses in my riding and region when they can expect to be paid for the work that they completed. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, NT Energy has bonding in place for the project to protect the financial loss and protect subcontractors if they're not paid accordingly to the contract terms for their labor and materials they provide. NT Energy provided subcontractors with information on how to access the labor and materials bond, but some subcontractors have been unable to access it due to the terms of their contract with the primary contractor. NT Energy cannot compensate the subcontractors for unpaid work as it's not a party to this contract. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is a project that has been praised and praised by this cabinet in this House. I've raised issue after issue after issue that has been ongoing, that's been brought to my attention, that I've raised with the minister multiple times. And now the contractors in my region, in my community, and in my region are wanting to be paid. This is a federally funded project. So when is this minister going to have these contractors or figure out when they're going to get paid? They're out, some of them, almost $1 million, Mr. Speaker, and in the cost of living in those small businesses that run in my community, they are putting food on the people's table and roofs over their head, and, you know, they can't be out $1 million, and, you know, so I like to know, and they would like to know when they're going to be paid and how are they going to be paid. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to note that this matter is before the courts, and I don't have a lot of detailed information that I could share on the floor of the House. I do want to note, though, that I have shared detailed information with the member to be able to go through the whole process on what's happened in this project. I also want to note that direct payments that are made by NT Energy to the subcontractors would not offset outstanding contract amounts between the primary contractor for access to the road and its subcontractors. Mr. Speaker, this could result in NT Energy paying for the same goods and services twice and at the detriment of N.W.T. taxpayers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my colleague has just said, we know we as a territory are planning on wanting to build probably more than a $2 billion project. I would feel sorry for those contractors now because are they going to get paid for any of the work that they do? So I want to know how this minister is going to fix this. And sending my small businesses to go and find a lawyer to fight things in court is not an answer. They need to be paid, and I want this minister to make sure and commit in the House that she will rectify this before our term is up. We don't have much longer, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes, Minister responsible for Northwest Territories Power Corporation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to see these local contractors paid as soon as possible. We are working with the contractors to be able to direct them to be able to get their payments. You know, this is in my writing as well, and I'm doing my best to be able to ensure that, you know, we start this process. Right now, it's just it's before the legal system, so my powers are very limited. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Nivik-Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like this minister or her staff or whoever's listening behind that's going to be there if she's a minister of something else or next time, or or she's on this side, or whatever the future holds for us, that this project is looked into, so that way when we move on to the next projects that we're doing on this energy strategy, that we don't make these same mistakes. So our local contractors, if they're going to do work, they're going to get paid. You know, they can't be sitting out. So I would like this minister to commit that she will have her staff make sure that there is a detailed of what not to do next time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nevis-Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for NTPC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I can commit to continuing to keep the member in the loop. I want to note that, as a result of this project, we've had challenges. I've been on the floor talking about some of the challenges. We've had lessons learned. So in the future, should we have major infrastructure projects, we can look at some of our lessons learned. That's the whole idea of having this lessons learned document. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My questions for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. There are no new mining regulations, so we're stuck with what the federal government gave us for mining, as bad as that was. New Mineral Resources Act was passed 4 years ago that gave the Minister extraordinary new powers, but not much, if anything, has been completed or implemented. Can the Minister tell us the status of the development of the mining regulations? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the extent of the work, the member is quite right, the extent of the work to see the implementation of the Mineral Resources Act is extraordinary. It is huge. And I'm happy to say I will be putting forward to the House a full summary status report detailing all the different pieces, all of what's been worked on with the technical working group, with the Intergovernmental Council, in order to show a pathway that we're on and what we've achieved over the last 4 years. There is quite a lot that has been done. I will have that tabled in the House. Perhaps I can get it here for tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, and so we can have that fulsome document before you and for the member to see again exactly how much work has been done and how far we've come. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I'm trying to contain my drooling here, but I've asked numerous times if the new regulations will change our royalty regime to ensure a more balanced approach between competitiveness and fair return. Can the Minister tell us whether there is anything to report on the royalty regime, or are we stuck with what experts have called the, quote, world's most charitable fiscal regimes, where, quote, the N.W.T sells its non-renewable resources more cheaply than most other jurisdictions in the world? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there will be changes to the royalty regime. It's part of the regulatory process that we're undergoing. Whether it will necessarily be what the member wants or visions for it, I can't say. Obviously, that the process isn't done. It's one that we are going through, and I will detail it at some length in the summary report, showing the process that is followed with the Intergovernmental Council. I can say from the recent Mining and Ministers or Energy and Mining Ministers Conference that I was at that there's been some work done at Enercan, looking at all of Canada to determine where we all fall in terms of the kind of costs that are associated both from taxation as well as from royalties. They looked at all the Canadian jurisdictions. They used much the same methodology that we use, and by doing so, they found that we sit quite squarely in with the rest of the jurisdictions of Canada, and as such, whether or not there needs to be change or what that change will look like, we'll be taking into account all of that kind of expert information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Minister for that. I asked for that study last week. I'm still waiting, but the engagement to date done by the department has been done very selectively with the mining industry, with secret meetings where information is shared internally and not made available to other interests. So can the Minister tell us what, if any, public or industry engagement is going to take place from now until a new Assembly is elected on November the 14th? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since 2017, the level of engagement with respect to the Mineral Resource Act and then now the Mineral Resource Regulations has been extensive. In particular, of course, and leading that work has been with the Intergovernmental Council and the technical working group there. And the status report I want to put before the House will detail all of those meetings, including some of the hours that were spent on some of those meetings. Mr. Speaker, between now and the election, there's not anything that is out for public review. The policy documents, the policy intentions document did go out earlier back in December of 2022. That details the direction that we are going in the regulatory process. That did go out for public consultation, and now we're at the stage of wanting to get that out to drafters so the drafters can put pen to paper and get this thing done. Once they've got it drafted, it does go back out yet one more time, but that work is underway right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final short supplementary, member for Framley.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I contrast the public engagement undertaken in the Yukon with what has happened here. In the Yukon, there was a thorough discussion paper with policy options outlined. Public meetings were held. It was a public process, Mr. Speaker. So can the Minister tell us what lessons have been learned during the 4-year-long process to develop mining regulations that is not yet complete here? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Framley. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm hesitant to try to stand and draw comparisons to the Yukon, and the reason is this. This Mineral Resource Act regulations was the first of all of the projects in the Northwest Territories land and natural resources sector that relied on the Intergovernmental Council process. There were a lot of lessons learned on what that process could look like, how it could work. In the end, it's actually, my understanding from reading the summary report that I've seen is that the technical working group composed of the Intergovernmental Council members are positive about the experience. But that took a point to get there. There was some learning that had to go in. That learning now is going to help inform the work of all the land and natural resource departments as we move forward, whether it's under the Lands Act, the Forestry Act, other future work that needs to happen at ITI. So this is, again, it's something that I think ultimately the Northwest Territories, government of the Northwest Territories and IGC will be proud of. It's a process that we will be proud of. And when we, that's the lesson learned here. So do we want to compare it to what's happening in the Yukon? Again, I don't think their process is what ours is, but I think ours is one to be proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is for infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, my colleague mentioned the Y-E-L-L-O-K-NIFE transmission line. Could the Minister please provide an update? We haven't seen any update or anything like that with Skiddy, so I just wanted to ask the Minister about that. Thank you.
Member for Mumphy, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd be happy to provide the member with detailed information on the Y-E-L-L-O-K line. We're still in discussions and looking for some partnerships along the line. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
Not just to me, but to the Skiddy would be much appreciated. When is the construction expected to be complete, and how much is it going to cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are looking at the transmission line to partner with Clecho. We've had that discussion with the Clecho government, looking at partnership, the cooperation agreement. The intent is to advance this project in a way that benefits Clecho communities, businesses, while also helping N.W.T achieve our energy goals and our priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumphy.
I did ask that, when the construction is expected to be complete and how much it's going to cost. So the next question is that, will this be part of the Clecho infrastructure agreement? Will it include subcontractor and support services? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumphy. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the next phase of the work on the project is expected to be advanced early in the new year. It includes things like the preliminary planning, design, consultation, engagement, activities as well as the environmental baseline studies, developing. There's a lot of things that come into play here, Mr. Speaker, and I'd be happy to prepare a brief update to the member on some of the details. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Mumfui.
I just want to ask the Minister, has the route been selected for the transmission line? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumfui. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are still in discussions with the Clecho. We are looking at the cooperation agreement so that we can have more information to be prepared and provide to the public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. I must say you did a lot better today than yesterday. But we still have to tighten it up a bit to have everybody an opportunity to ask questions. So keep that in mind next time. Keep the preamble shorter and we'll have time for more questions is what I'm saying. Okay, moving on. Written questions, returns to written questions, replies to Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report consideration of Bill 83, Liquor Act. Bill 83 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 20th, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Finance on May 29th, 2023. The committee held 3 public meetings in Inuvik, Norman Wells, and Yellowknife. The committee also received 1 written submission. On July 28th, 2023, the committee held a clause-by-clause review, at which time the 2 department-driven motions were moved and approved. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 83, Liquor Act, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole, as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The bill is referred to Committee of the Whole. Reports of committees on a review of bills. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your committee would like to report on its consideration of Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3. Bill 92 received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on June 1st, 2023, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations for review. The committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Finance on June 27th, 2023. On July 28, 2023, the committee held a clause-by-clause review. Mr. Speaker, the committee reports that Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3, is ready for consideration in Committee of the Whole, as amended and reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The bill is referred to Committee of the Whole. Reports of committees on a review of bills, reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 9 reports of standing committees, which I will read in their entirety. Mr. Speaker, I will be seeking that all of these are deemed read, but there is 18 total motions, so it may take some time. Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 83, Liquor Act. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thamacha, that the committee report 65-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of Bill 83, Liquor Act, be deemed read and printed and answered in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that the committee report 65-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of Bill 83, Liquor Act, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that the committee report 66-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations, report on the review of Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3, be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that committee report 66-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of Bill 92, an act to amend the Petroleum Products and Carbon Tax Act No. 3, be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report of the review of the 21-2022 public accounts. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that committee report 67-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2021-2022 public accounts be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that committee report 67-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2021-2022 public accounts be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2022 Audit of Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services No. 2. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that committee report 68-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2022 Audit of Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services No. 2 be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabasha, that committee report 68-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2022 Audit of Addictions Prevention and Recovery Services No. 2 be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is adopted and received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2020 Audit of Early Learning Childhood to Grade 12 Education Number 2. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 1669-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2020 Audit of Early Childhood to Grade 12 Education Number 2 be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 69-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2020 Audit of Early Childhood to Grade 12 Education Number 2 be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Is received and adopted by the Assembly. Sorry. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Halfway, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that the Committee Report 70-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 70-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Ombudsman. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 71-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Ombudsman be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Order. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 70-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Ombudsman be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Languages Commissioner. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 72-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report of the review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Languages Commissioner be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. And pulling the load today, reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 72-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the Review of the 2021-2022 Annual Report of the Languages Commissioner be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for... Oh, sorry. Getting ahead of myself here. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 annual reports of the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 73-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 annual reports of the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission be deemed read and printed in Hansard in its entirety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. Committee report is deemed read. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Last one, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 73-19-2, Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2020-2021 and 2021-2022 annual reports of the Northwest Territories Human Rights Commission be received and adopted by the Assembly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? Please get those hands up, members. Just kidding. All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The committee report has been received and adopted by the Assembly. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 4 documents. What we heard, Affirmative Action Policy Review, Public Service Annual Report 2022-2023, 69th Annual Report 22-23 Northwest Territories Liquor Licensing Board, and the 69th Annual Report 22-23 Northwest Territories Liquor and Cannabis Commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following document, Department of Justice Corrections Service Annual Report 2022-2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for environment and climate change.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following 2 documents, Conference of Management Authorities Species at Risk Annual Report 2022-2023 and the N.W.T Species at Risk Annual Report 2022-2023. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Motions. Motions. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. Notices of motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, Committee Report 52-19 brackets 2, Committee Report 53-19 brackets 2, Minister Statement 264-19 brackets 2, Table Document 681-19 brackets 2, Table Document 973 and 974-19 brackets 2 with member for Nuvik Twin Lakes signature.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Committee wishes to consider table document 973-19 brackets 2, capital estimates 2024-2025, and table document 974-19 brackets 2, supplementary estimates, operations expenditures number 3, 23-24. Merci.
Thank you. Does committee agree? Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and resume with the first item. I now call Committee of the Whole back to order. Committee, we've agreed to consider table document 973-19 brackets 2, 2024-2025 capital estimates. Does the Minister of Finance have any opening remarks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I am here to present the Government of the Northwest Territories 2024-2025 capital estimates, the last capital budget of the 19th Legislative Assembly. This budget builds on our commitment to tabling a capital budget that is achievable while still addressing the priorities and needs of Northwest Territories residents. These capital estimates propose $361 million in expenditures to support and continue infrastructure investment in our communities. Major highlights of this capital budget include $94.2 million for highways, winter roads, bridges, and culverts. Key investments in this area include funding of $26.4 million for the Frank Channel Bridge and $18.9 million for the advancement of the environmental assessments and planning work for the Mackenzie Valley Highway and Slave Geologic All-Season Road. $73 million in funding to support community governments for their infrastructure needs. $62.6 million for various airport and runway projects under the Disaster Mitigation Adaptation Fund, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan, and the Department of National Defence. $55 million for planning and construction of long-term care facilities, health centres, improvements to health information systems, and biomedical equipment, including $20 million for the health centre in Toledo, $11.9 million for the Wellness and Recovery Centre in Yellowknife, and $10.9 million for the construction of long-term care facility in Hay River. $26.2 million for renewable energy projects, including $18 million for the development of the Fort Providence transmission line. The planned capital expenditures are offset by a total of $172.2 million in support from the federal government through various infrastructure programs, including $50.5 million from the Department of National Defence, $47.2 million from the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Plan, $35.1 million from the National Trade Corridors Fund, $11.9 million from the Green and Inclusive Building Program, $7.2 million from the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, $5.5 million from the Building Canada Plan, and $14.8 million from other partnerships. That concludes my opening remarks, and I would be happy to answer questions that members may have.
Thank you, Minister. Do any members wish to make general comments before we consider the table document in detail? Member for Tunade-Willowday.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, I just probably general comments overall, but I've been here for almost a year and a half in this position, and continue to advocate our wishes of what I've been hearing from my leadership in N.W.T, for example, winter roads, and I've been bringing this issue forward. There was no commitment by this government. There was no commitment to undertake a study or anything like that for the need to put a road into the community of N.W.T in Winter Road. It's hard for me to sit here to go through this budget again and really, when I advocate for projects in our communities in the last year and a half, but it goes on to deaf ears, and I know that the Assembly had in 2019 to 2023 had a 4-year mandate, and no matter what I said, and to advocate for the community for resolution as well, and that in DLO, it seems to go on to deaf ears, and even if I try to put stuff on the moving train that's going over a 4-year period, it just bounces off the train. I know the Premier had made commitments about trying to get my luggage onto the train, but it hasn't happened. And so it's I hear and see what you guys are talking about in terms of this budget. It's really tough, and I'll have to keep thinking about it, because last year when we did the budget in March, I didn't support it for those reasons. We need infrastructure in our communities, and again, I don't see it. But anyway, I just want to make that as a general comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member for Trinidad-Willowday. Are there any other general comments? Member for Yellowknife North.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I've long had issues with the formatting of the way we present the capital estimates, largely because it's an accounting document, but I think you could go to any single municipality and see how they do their capital planning. They essentially have a Gantt chart that shows you what year a project will start, what year it'll finish, the total cost of that project, and you can kind of look through time what's planned. We do not provide the total costs of projects in our capital estimates. We believe that it'll affect procurement. I don't buy that argument, and we seem quite bad at getting fair value for dollar on a lot of our projects, and committing them on time. I could go through, as I've done in years past, almost every single project and ask the same 3 questions. How much is the total project going to cost? How much federal money did we get from it? How is it being tendered? Basic questions, but I really don't think I should have to answer those questions. I think that should be presented with the capital estimates. I've been promised for years now some sort of dashboard. I don't quite know what's going to be in the dashboard, but I'm told that it will track projects as they progress, and hopefully will track overages and change orders and delays and perhaps even some reasoning. But I remain cautiously optimistic that one day we will have a dashboard. I guess to reiterate what I said in my statement today, really I think a perfect example of this is the Tulsa hydro expansion. The government is asking for an undisclosed amount. They won't tell us how much publicly they're asking for the Tulsa hydro expansion in this document, and yet they won't tell us how much the project costs. I just can't understand any reason I can't have a general estimate of what that project costs. Is it $1 billion? Is it $2 billion? That is all I want to know, so I can have a coherent conversation about it. Absent some, this is our last kick at the can, but I just can't see myself supporting these capital estimates absent some progress being made on either that dashboard, on the costs of projects, on getting a copy of that Tulsa business case, on just any sort of recognition that the way we are doing this is lacking in transparency. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Member for Tabacha.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look at the capital budget, and I'm very happy with what's in there. I think there are some areas that are, we're always talking about green energy, and we're going to go ahead with the planning of the expansion of the Tulsa. There are some issues that I will put in a statement next week, but overall, and the Territorial Fire Center is more important now than ever. And I'm very happy that it's in this capital budget. I think that, looking at that old building that's over 50 years old, and all the plugins that we saw when they're trying to save the data that has been accumulated through the years, I'm very happy with this, this capital budget. And we're always talking about, and I hear my colleagues, everybody was interested in the Tulsa today. Not on a really positive note. It should be a positive thing when you're going to green energy, especially with climate change. I've learned a lot about climate change, even though I'm very pro-business in this assembly, because I was never really interested in that area before, because never had to. I was able to make a decision the day that I decided I wanted to make a decision in the last 14 years before I came here 4 years ago. This was a learning experience for me these 4 years, but it was a positive experience. I've learned from each of my colleagues in a different way, and I appreciate the budget that's before us. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Member. Are there any further general comments? Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I went through the budget, and what's in there is in there, I guess. We're never always all going to be happy with what's in there, but we've got a little bit for all our communities and for highway work and that type of thing. But I guess what I would just like to state, I guess, is that we are going into election. Government's going to kind of slow down here a bit. Contractors, some of them have been, impacted by the fire as well, so they've been out of work, some of them for several weeks, and they're going to be looking for something to sustain them, while we do this transition. So I would just like to send a message to the other side is that make sure that we get, the work continues, we get contracts out there, and so that we can make sure that our small, medium, and large-sized business continue to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I do have a few questions, if I can, and then a few comments. I'd like to know how much of this is carryovers from the previous fiscal year. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, we're just doing general comments right now. If you want to save your questions for the... Okay, sorry. I stopped your time, but...
Thanks, Madam Chair, for stopping the time on me. Okay, well, I'll offer a few comments then. So I guess I want to start with page 2, the introduction. And, I continue to point out that the biggest part of our capital budget is highways and roads at 26%. Housing is 4%. When our government continues to spend 6 times as much on highways and roads as we spend on housing, and I understand that this is probably doesn't include some federal money and so on, but this is money that we are spending, and when our government continues to spend 6 times as much on roads versus housing, there's something wrong, fundamentally wrong with the way that we do our budgeting and we allocate our resources, period. Look, roads are important, I get it. I had to drive out of here during the evacuation, but that's it right there. Anybody wants to know what the priorities of this government are, look at page 2. We're spending way, way more on roads and highways than on housing. It says it all to me. So when I get the minister in front of us, we will find out that there's very significant carryovers from the previous years, although there's this $260 million cap on capital spending. It's actually a lot more than that. A lot of this is carryovers. We just continually cannot get the money out the door. Doesn't matter what we do, we just cannot spend the money. And that leads to very significant over budgeting again and again and again. I don't think I've actually voted in favor of a capital budget in the 8 years I've been in MLA because of this significant over budgeting on the capital side. Because then you have to build up a surplus, be able to spend money on capital, which you don't actually end up spending at the end of the day, which means you have to cut and scrimp and save money on the O&M side, programs and services that our people need. That's what it comes down to. That's what the over budgeting on the capital side ends up doing. It means we're not spending money on people, on their basic human needs. And that's why I'll continue to oppose the capital budgets that this cabinet brings forward. The other thing that I'm particularly concerned about, and I'll ask the minister when we get her in front of us, is the new fiscal situation. I listened to her very carefully. She delivered a fiscal update today in terms of, the unexpected expenditures from fires and so on. I don't think there's been anything changed in this capital budget as a result of that. That's not a good place to be. We're going to run a deficit. The Premier said it. It's in the news. We're going to run a deficit because of these unexpected expenditures. But I don't sense that anything's changed. It's business as usual. That's just not good financial management, and we're leaving the next assembly in a very difficult position because of this continued over-budgeting on the capital side. I could say a bunch of things about some of these individual projects, and I'll probably save some of that for when we get to the line items, Madam Chair, but there's no way I can support this budget when we continue to spend way more on roads than we do on housing. Wrong priorities, and I just disagree with Cabinet fundamentally on this since day one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, member. Member for Mountford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I see here this capital estimates. It would be nice that, you know, to see Klitschko region in this as well, because there's North Lake region, it's 22%. I would like to know how much money is going to be spent in Klitschko region. It doesn't have anything like that here. I see the roads, it's 94 million, and I'm grateful, thankful that, you know, Frank Channel Bridge is on there, but Frank Channel Bridge is a benefit for the Northwest Territories. And I'm kind of a little bit disappointed because for the school, it says 3 million. Like, we have a lot of school in the Northwest Territories that needs upgrade. Some of our schools are over 50 years old. Even the Satu in Klitschko, you know, like that's what we keep saying, that we need a new school. And I know there is a study, and the minister has said that before, because it is in the, they're doing their own little studies, and like it's, I know it's going to get, you know, we're going to get our new school eventually, I know that. But it's just that, why 3 million? I mean, that's like, and for a few upgrades. And a lot of schools need some minor and major repair. And this budget is kind of a little bit, it is disappointing. Yes, we have a housing crisis. We have a lot of homeless people. And more should have been given over there, because even in my region, we have a lot of people on the wait list for a family unit, and we don't have that. And we have a warming shelter. We have a lot of homeless people. And if some of those people cannot be accommodated in Klitschko region, what do? They come to Yellowknife, and they become Yellowknife problems. And we don't want that. We would like to take care of our own people back home, but we don't have a lot of housing. We do have housing issues. We have housing crisis, a lot of social problems, a lot of addiction issues, mental health, and we do need more of those programs and services, and it's not reflected in this budget. There's not much, and we have a lot of aging infrastructure too as well. We have over 50-year-old water pipe system in Edzo that needs a major repair, that needs to be replaced. We have a lot of a school that needs, you know, replacement, or a lot of school repair, and also a lot of our government building needs to be replaced as well. And it's just kind of, it's disappointing to see this budget the way that it is written, and with the North Lake region, 22%. I would like to see Klitschko region in there, so that way we will have a good estimate of how much money is being spent in Klitschko region, because there's 4 communities that I represent, and there is over 2,000 people that I do represent as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to sort of expand a bit upon some things that my colleagues have talked about. Yes, there is a massive amount of money in here for infrastructure, which does include roads. But as my colleague from Mountford pointed out, a big part of that is the Frank Channel Bridge. Another piece of that is also the Great Brer River Bridge planning study, and as well, a lot of, there's at least 5 highway reconstruction projects. And I think it's worth noting that for the first time in a while under ISIP, I believe we are seeing 100% dollars for this funding. So while the amount of money that looks like it's being spent is disproportionate on highways and roads, it is actually, in fact, largely funded 100% through the federal government, or at least 75%. So that's a bunch of money that comes in that basically keeps our main industry or business industry alive, which is our construction industry. So to me, the $94 million on highways and roads actually shows an increase in investment from the federal government into our infrastructure deficit. And I'm really pleased to see the 100% dollars, which was always something that I've said from day one that we needed to be pushing the federal government on, because we can't afford to pay the way a province does. We don't have the same revenue sources. So when I look at that, I'm quite pleased. And the same with when I look at airports and runways. Yes, it looks like a really large number, 62 million. But Madam Chair, you know from that, in your own region, a large portion of that is the N.W.T highway. the Nuvik runway expansion and the terminal buildings, which is 100% funded by the Department of National Defense. So while these numbers look like they're very heavily weighted over towards more of the roads and industrial type work, it's not a full picture to say that, like, to sort of express that as being G&W.T money and G&W.T investment, when clearly it is more about the federal government than it is about us. And often, as we've noted numerous times in this House, we are not allowed to move money from certain pots of funding from the federal government to other pots, so that it's not a question of housing versus roads. They come from two different sources in the federal government. So I am disappointed, though, however, to see that the housing is only at $13 million. I struggle after 4 years to understand where the houses have actually shown up for all this money that the minister speaks to getting. I see stuff in communities that when I speak to the communities, when we were on committee tour, they told me they worked with the federal government directly. They got those houses. So I'm not quite sure what housing has been doing, and I hope 13 million here actually means 13 million in units on the ground, and not 13 million that half is sloughed off to administrative costs and bureaucracy. This department needs to get under control the fact that they are a social programming department, and stop middle managing and not getting their money out the door properly. So I think with that being said, I just also wanted to echo the disappointment in seeing the dismally low number for the schools. We did tours we went on tour for the Education Act or with committee, and as an engineer, I'm not a building engineer, so I'm not going to profess to have that expertise, but I know when I can go in and look at a school and see that the entire floor of the school is being jacked up and held up by plywood on the ground and jacks to hold it in place to keep the building from falling down. The buildings all smell. As a minister, I went into a Clavic school on a tour with cabinet, and I could smell mildew in the gym, and that's their hall. That's what they use for every single event that's ever held in a Clavic is in that school. So what is that doing to our healthcare and to the people's health in those regions? This government has not been serious or taken really to heart the mandate item to actually improve the educational outcomes of students to the rest of Canada, because how could they even begin if they're in schools that are making them sick and are not full of the equipment and the things that they need to learn? And that's when you consider students that are probably starting at an equal footing, and then we have students that aren't even coming from an equal footing with Southern Canada. So I have to say that this is actually quite shameful. That it's only $3 million for schools, considering that I've sat here now and listened to my colleagues from N.W.T and Montfouille talk about the schools that are lacking, and then yet I have been invited to the opening ceremony of the beautiful new school here in Yellowknife. So the school that was here in Yellowknife that it replaced would have stayed in a community for another 40 years like that, just being shored up and fixed up. But because it was Yellowknife, it was replaced. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any members who haven't spoke to general comments? Seeing none, we'll proceed to the details tabled in the document. Does the minister wish to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sergeant at Arms. Please escort the witness into the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your witnesses?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with me I have the Deputy Minister of Finance, Bill McKay, and I have Christian Mullinson, the Director of the Management Board Secretariat.
Welcome. Is committee agreed to proceed to the detail contained in the table document? Committee, the Legislative Assembly begins on page 14. We'll defer the Legislative Assembly totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning at page 15 with Office of the Clerk with information items on page 16. Are there any questions? Legislative Assembly, Office of the Clerk, Infrastructure Investments, $105,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Members, please return now to the Legislative Assembly found on page 14, Legislative Assembly 2024-2025, capital estimates, $105,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of the Legislative Assembly is now complete? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Education, Culture and Employment, which begins on page 17. We will defer the departmental totals, review the estimates by activity summary beginning at page 18 with culture, heritage and languages with information items on page 19. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Languages, Infrastructure Investments, $490,000. Does committee agree? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So I see there's two items here. The Hay River Library sidewalk. Been to the library. It's a nice one. Glad to hear they're going to fix the sidewalk. That's great. The one, I guess, the minister probably knows that I love the archives. I actually go over there and spend time. But so what's the money here for the archives? What's that all about? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the facilities that are currently being used to house all of the territorial archives are not at national standards. This is meant to be, at this point, just a temporary stopgap measure in advance of a full standalone archives being a project that can be contemplated. But at this point, we do need to protect those cultural materials. So this is meant to be that work to get that process underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Okay, thanks. Yeah, fully in agreement. Been pushing and trying to hope for the last 8 years that something would be done because the archives is overflowing. I've been for at least a couple of tours there. The stuff is not in any kind of climate-controlled facility. Is this for the archives building itself, or is this the off-site storage? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do believe this does take into account the off-site materials, which are noted to not be currently secure and, as already noted, not in an environmentally controlled state. So this is, again, meant to, I believe, take all of that into account and support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, so the off-site storage, for anybody who's listening, is actually the government warehouse over on Burn Road. Has no climate control whatsoever. Though the records that are there, as I understand it, actually, you know, they take in a significant part of the history of this government, moving to Yellowknife, all of the work that's been done on devolution, negotiations of agreements, really important records. They're sitting over in a government warehouse without any temperature control. That's just not a good idea. I doubt that we're actually in basic legal compliance with the Archives Act, and that's going to be the subject of a statement and questions coming up, Madam Chair. But you know, what's the long-term plan here? I've seen so many plans for actually building a proper archives building, and it all comes down to we're not going to do it because it costs too much money. So what's the long-term plan here other than spending, I don't know, a couple $100,000 or whatever it is to try to fix up a really bad situation in the first place? What's the long-term plan and vision here? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, that is not part of the current capital plan that's in front of committee. At this point, these are meant to ensure that we are, of course, protecting what are critical cultural assets. But, Madam Chair, at this point, it would be whether and where it would fall in a future capital plan. There certainly is the 5 and 20-year plans that do exist. They are ranked based on, considerations, the preservation of life and safety of individuals and people first, for example, and then a ranking list thereafter. So I also am certainly sympathetic and live to the importance of safeguarding our cultural heritage, but yeah, at this point, we're going to be looking most likely for whether or not some federal funding can help support the project, and then at that point, it may well see itself advanced. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. And look, I know I'm not even probably asking the right minister here, so I'll just leave it at that. But I've waited 8 years for something to happen. Hasn't happened, and I'm really worried. And I don't think we're in basic compliance with the law as a government. So I'm going to leave it at that, but I'm going to raise this in a statement, and I'll have questions for the appropriate minister probably next week, because we're just not living up to our own laws. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, Culture, Heritage and Language Infrastructure Investments, $490,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. We'll go next to page 20, junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services with information items on page 21. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services, infrastructure investments, $3,100,000. Does committee agree? Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I mentioned in my opening comments there, I'm really concerned about the lack of money that we're putting in towards the schools. And I understand that this isn't this minister's realm to know, but $3 million is very small, and it really is the only school that's actually getting sort of any construction, so to say, is Mangalalek and Tuck. But we have many schools that are in needs of almost full replacements. Does the minister have any idea if we are going to be seeing any federal funds come in to take care of our school infrastructure deficit? And one of the things that was really concerning that I learned in my role in social development is that we fund even the school infrastructure per capita. So there's no taking into account the fact of, the remoteness of a community or the inability to build there, or the lack of an all-weather road for supplies to come in, or for even maintenance to be done on an existing school. So, I think it's really at a state where the crumbling infrastructure, the federal government needs to step up, I think, and really, what a great act of reconciliation that would be after all these years of taking children to school. Why don't you go, the federal government come in and build proper schools for us in the north? So I know the minister doesn't have a crystal ball, but if she has any idea whether or not we're going to see a significant school investment soon, I would like to know. Thanks.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Madam Chair, I don't need a crystal ball on this one. I can tell you the answer, and that the federal government doesn't typically provide funding for schools. But what I would like is would be more of a magic wand where they would, in fact, provide the funding for schools for the reasons that the member has set out, as well as any other reason that would, if we can invest with children starting from early education, junior kindergarten through to, I think a lot of the other problems that we see across the territory or elsewhere in Canada might well be solved. So I don't think any of us disagree, but right now the federal government does provide significant funds for things like roads and other sort of the traditional, if you will, infrastructure, and we are making use of it because those are areas where we are also at a tremendous deficit as compared to the rest of Canada. And in the meanwhile, we have to try to race to catch up with the limited funding available to us as a territorial government in order to fill all the rest of the gaps like schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess I don't want to let it go because I just find it to be such a frustrating topic. I want to ask the minister, well, then what is the plan to accommodate in the meantime as students can no longer stay in these conditions of these schools? Like, as someone was saying, the paint, the lead paint in the gymnasium, and then of course someone's friend, popped online to say, well, that's not a problem, it's at these limits. Well, yeah, that's when it's on the wall and it's not being, flaked off and degraded and inhaled by people. So, there's a lot of reasons for and excuses made for why these schools can be sort of slipped, taped up and band-aided back together, but at the end of the day, we are paying for it. We're paying for it in the health of our students, we're paying for it in the truancy rates, we're paying for it in the lack of education, we're paying for it in the unemployable people that don't have the skills, we're paying for it in upgrading for 2 years afterwards just to get the grade 12 education the rest of Canada gets. And I'm appalled, you know, I know that's not this minister's portfolio, but I guess just more of a comment. I am extremely frustrated to see this amount, and again, it's just failing our children. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Member for Cam Lake. Oh,
Alex School.
Page 21.
Page 21. In regards to, can I have an update from this minister in regards to a finished timeline? And I have other questions than that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this project, I certainly share some frustration with respect to the progress on this project. There seemingly has been a number of challenges over the last couple of years. And that's certainly led to a negative outlook by the community, which quite frankly saddens me more to think that the children there or the students there would think that they are not the priority of anyone in an elected office. I can say at this point, while we had been assured that there'd be certain completions here for September, including not the least of which be a gym space, a trade space, unfortunately, with the evacuations, this caused some site delays. Yellowknife, unfortunately, just is what it is. It still is a hub for supplies, a hub for contractors, and as such, we've now been provided with a revised completion schedule. It's been amended to say that, so as I think was already communicated, a total completion date would be in August of 2024. But in addition to that, we're expecting that the gym and other facilities that were previously expected for this school year we're looking at middle of this fall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Nunavut.
Just give you a little bit of history. April, when we left the house, I had to my mayor of Tuck called me. He asking me to take the lead on it in regards to it. So I sourced out the land, I sourced out the trailers, I sourced everything out, did all that work for our government, had a commitment in this house for 2 trailers. I tried to get 4, but I only got 2. Then all of a sudden, when it's time to purchase the trailers for the community, because they're looking at adult ed taking away from the community. They were at the time. They were going to take away the Jim Hamlet chambers, the one church in the community, and 1 classroom at adult ed. I don't know where that's at right now because we don't know. So that's the first time ever happened to me in a legislative buildings assembly since I was first elected in 2007 at the first go around. That any minister that promised me something that fell through. I'm really disappointed. I brought them, both ministers, into the community to see where we're at of getting trailers. So basically we came in and we said we'd work towards it, then all of a sudden we're making good headway, then it all stops. We have problems with the contractor having not enough people working on the school. Now they're making a tunnel in from the school into the gym to where they're going to have kids going to school in a construction site. So anywhere else that we've done schools, we did one here in Yellowknife. They had 8 or 10 portables brought in from the south sitting here that are going into another project in Betchico. I know that. What's the difference between Tuck, Betchico, and Yellowknife for that project? Tell me. Is it for getting proper safety of students in my riding? To me, this is a total fail. I'm thankful for the school. I'm very thankful. Because the first time I ever brought this project up was in '07 because I had 38 staff using 1 bathroom. And now the school looks beautiful. We had a tour with the ministers, and not going to be a beautiful school, but at the end of the day, though, it's the safety of the kids that are my concern. It's the safety of my leadership back home. We had meetings. Why aren't we able to get these portables into the community, even 2 of them? Why? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, this has been a difficult contract with the contractor that was in place. There have been some steps taken over this summer, I understand, to try to bring greater oversight to the delivery of the project. And the last update that I had also received just before the evacuations was that had in fact brought about some changes, namely in the form of greater oversight from the project management team, a new project manager on top of that, and as such, greater confidence that the promises made around a September date for the gym and the trades facility would in fact be achieved. Madam Chair, I was not at that time anticipating the evacuation or the magnitude of what that would do to a number of projects, including this one, and frankly, I wouldn't have necessarily expected that this one would be impacted by it, but unfortunately, it was, and that is where that project stands. Infrastructure and EC&E did analyze whether or not having portables would be feasible. Both came back in the end indicating that existing portables had already places where they were destined to, and that the idea of putting in these portables as was being contemplated or described was not deemed feasible by infrastructure for a number of reasons. So that's where that ended. And again, as I said, yes, I'm also disappointed that the expectation we had for the September delivery is now not going to be met. But I will certainly, for the time we have left, be watching to see that they can meet their revised timelines. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for N.W.T.
Well, that I wouldn't say in the House like it's a lie. I had this company sorted out, lined up for them. I went out, I did all the home groundwork for them. It would have took 6 weeks for these portables to be built, and I had them ready for August 15th coming into Tuck if we followed the plan. Tell me where the money went in regards to being told I'm allowed to have 2 trailers in the community, not 4. In the floor of the House, it's in Hansard. I want these trailers. I want safety of the youth in my community at Mangalalak School. Deserve no less than here, no less than anywhere across our territory. And it's all been done. All the homework was done by me in my office. Seeking the land, seeking the trailers, the company out of Lethbridge. I did all the groundwork. All they had to do was sign. And they fell short on that. So tell me, are we allowed to get these 4 trailers now? And don't burn the clock, because I only got 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Madam Chair, there's nothing in this capital plan for additional portables. Thank you.
Member for N.W.T.
Sure, why? I was promised in the House, in the Legislative Assembly during a regular sitting day by the Minister of the day, which is sitting across from me, saying we're allowed to have two portables, not 4, could do 2. We had everything sorted out. Why is that money not in place to get them done? And it's shameful. I always say they got a minister's directive not to be told they could put it down. Why didn't they pull that trigger when they had the chance? What is going on here is not right, and they know it. They got to look at themselves in the mirror. I got to answer to my leadership back home that's asking me, what's happened? We were so close. They came to the community, and all they did is let them hear what they want to hear on this project. I want those 2 trailers. Find it somewhere in regards to this money. When it's stuff like this, it's so hard to find money. When it's other things, it's not a problem. Yeah, bring it forward. We'll pass it again. Another 100 million, 120 million we're looking for. So, Madam Chair, I want these guys to find the money in regards to Mangalalak School and 2 portables for Tuktoyaktuk by the end of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Nunavut. Did you have any further questions for the Minister?
Trailers, Madam Chair, so make it happen. Thank you.
All right. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleague from Nunavut for painting a picture of life on the ground in Tuck. We, as the Standing Committee of Social Development, had the opportunity to be hosted in the community of Tuktoyaktuk by the member in June of this year, and what we saw was a school gymnasium that was not usable by community members because it was literally the entire gym was covered in a tarp in order to protect the work that was going on underneath it, but that meant that kids weren't allowed to use it. My perspective on this project is different because I serve a lot of the contractors that are doing some of the work on it from down here. And so my experience with this goes back to the beginning of this assembly. This is a project that was awarded by government before we were all here, and it's still not done. It was awarded in the 19th Assembly. There were delays, yes, with COVID, but there were issues with this that were raised to myself, that were then raised to the Minister of Infrastructure years ago. And I'm sitting here looking at an email right now that says to me, the staff from infrastructure were traveling to the community of Tuktoyaktuk almost exactly a year ago, and things haven't changed. The school is still not done, and when we were there in June, one of the saddest piece of that was what was portrayed to the committee as far as how this has had an impact on the attendance of students in the community. And a lot of times, especially when you're younger, gym is your favorite. It's your favorite class. It's what excites kids. Math isn't exciting for everybody, but gym generally is. It's also an area that communities use in order to bring communities together, and that has been removed from the community of Tuktoyaktuk, who has just experienced a tremendously challenging year. And so having a school out of play for, and a project like this on the books, and having a school kind of taken apart for years and years and years, we're not just talking about, a delay to contractors, we're talking about a complete shift and a complete change to the fabric of a community. And that's a huge, huge deal. And so, the minister responded to the members' questions in regards to schedule, but I'd like to know, what was the initial budget for this? What has been spent to date? And of this money that is in this capital budget, what portion of that is specifically for Mangalalek School in Tuck? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I believe the project budget here of $36 million. This was, it was from prior years. We still have 2.5 is what we're asking for the current plan that's before the House right now. This was a major renovation. This was intended to be really a place that has a mezzanine area, the gym viewing, a new gym with all bells and whistles. A career and technology building. It was meant to be the kind of flagship place that students want to go to school. It was something, Madam Chair, I don't think anyone disagrees with the importance of this, and it is not lost on me that the Beaufort Delta has had a number of challenges in the last few years in particular, and it is a region that I am concerned for those students. So it is not lost on anyone, it is not lost on the government. We are unfortunately relying on a contractor who, it became apparent, was not able to complete this on the timeline that we had hoped. And when meetings were being held this summer, we were given further assurances, and steps were taken in line with those assurances to demonstrate that the good faith would be enacted upon. As I said, project management was changed and oversight was provided, and things seemed to be going well. The evacuations did lead to some delays. I don't have the details of it, but I can certainly get that. And right now, I don't think I had the date in front of me before, but we are looking at a date in November at this point to have what was previously promised at those meetings in the summer that I was at, that included the completion of the gym and the CTS or the trade space. So looking there at November the 1st. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this project, the Mangalalek School, will be done November 1st, 2023 in its entirety. Can that be confirmed, please?
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No, as I said earlier, Madam Chair, the overall completion date for the total project is August of 2024. The revised gym completion date, because when we recognized, again, discussing with community leadership at the behest of the member from the region, was really looking at that as a priority for the community for the reasons that the members already mentioned. And so it's the revised gym completion date, which was supposed to be ready for the school year, is now, I've been given November the 1st. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, just quickly then, so if the students are still going to be without the completion of the school for another school year, what is the interim solution from this government for yet another school year? What is the interim solution of what they're going to do with kids? I know that my colleague mentioned portables, and we've heard that on the floor of this House numerous times, and so is that an option that they're looking at for this school year?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I understand that early access to this gym, and at this point, as quickly as possible, does remain a priority, which is why it is given the new November 1st date. And in the interim, there's been a phasing of some temporary classrooms that are adjusted in order to continue instruction. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, given the conversation we've just had now about the importance of schools and communities, the fact that we heard, even during the Premier's member statement about how this has truly been an assembly where we've gone from crisis to crisis to crisis, what is the intent then of the Department of Infrastructure? What are their intentions of how to keep these very important projects moving on time and moving to a state of completion? Because to get a project like this done in 5 years is not timely. It's not realistic for a community to not have a school for 5 years, or to not have access to a gym for extended periods of time. Like these are projects that we need to make sure are moving along on time, on budget, and in a realistic amount of time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Madam Chair, that is a huge question. And it's a huge question that comes in light of the fact that, again, this was a difficult few years, and we have some projects where people or communities, for safety reasons, didn't want teams coming into their communities. Then we had other projects where they were not able to go into those communities, and we've had since then other projects where the supply chain has utterly disrupted our schedules and then significantly impacted on the costs. So I'm not sure that at the end of those 3 years of that nature is necessarily the right moment to provide some simple answer to say, well, okay, we'll just, we'll do better next time. We have to do better. I can say, Madam Chair, that there was less carryovers over the last year, that in terms of the proportionality of the total budget and then what was actually being spent, that has seen some improvement. We do have a more manageable project, which not only does it mean that we'll spend more of the budget, it also means that we are now having to prioritize the projects that are actually going to get done and then be able to better monitor them. So hopefully those two things combined with hopefully less crises over the next few years, we'll see significant improvements across the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions under the junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services? Seeing none. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, junior kindergarten to grade 12 school services, infrastructure investment, $3,100,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Members, please turn now to the departmental summary found on page 17. Department of Education, Culture and Employment, 2024-2025 capital estimates, $3,590,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of Department of Education, Culture and Employment is now complete? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Environment and Climate Change, which begins on page 23. Yep, just give me 1 second. Sergeant at Arms. Minister, would you please introduce your witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I still have the Deputy Minister of Finance with me, and I'm now joined by Dr. Erin Kelly, who's the Deputy Minister for Environment and Climate Change.
Welcome. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Environment and Climate Change, which begins on page 23. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 25 with environmental management, monitoring, and climate change with information items on page 26. Is there any questions from members? Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I see that looks like there's a new air quality monitoring trailer in Norman Wells and something called a gas chromatograph, which I guess can be used to identify the gases that make up samples. But I'm just kind of curious, what's our air quality monitoring network look like now, and are we contemplating any changes as a result of the horrendous fire season we had? Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wouldn't be in a position to speak to what might be coming down the pipes here. I'd turn it to Dr. Kelly, please.
Dr. Kelly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The network is already set up to assess for mostly particulate matter associated with forest fires. So we'll be maintaining it the way that it is right now. And this air quality monitoring trailer is because the one that's there is past its useful life. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, I realize I'm probably straying a bit here, but are there any plans then to expand the network in the future as a result of the fires and what we've learned or maybe not learned? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister.
Madam Chair, I'm going to go on a limb here based on all the information I've seen over the last few weeks, is that we're not ready to necessarily make concrete plans in response to the current wildfire season, and that the after-action reviews that have been spoken about already in the House are underway, but certainly far from complete. So that question would have to probably wait until that process is complete. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay. I don't want to go any further on this, but I'm probably going to have some questions tomorrow in the House about this after-action review, because I think there's an RFP out about it right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. Department of Environment and Climate Change, Environmental Management, Monitoring, and Climate Change, Infrastructure Investments, $315,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn now to page 27 for Regional Operations, with information items on page 28. Department of Environment and Climate Change, Regional Operations, Infrastructure Investments, $225,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. You can now turn to page 28. For Wildlife and Forest Management, with information items on page 29 to 32. Department of Environment and Climate Change, Wildlife and Forest Management, Infrastructure Investments, $20,538,000. Does committee agree? Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just have a couple of questions about this section, but I figured I should start off by thanking Dr. Kelly for her service during this absolutely insane wildfire season, so thank you very much. My first question is in regards to the fact that these capital estimates are generally developed by departments well in advance, and I think they're done in like April or May, if I'm right. I might be wrong on that one, but they're done. They're not done in the middle of summer. And so I'm wondering if, based on our wildfire season, if the department sees any of this changing, because there's a lot here that refers to heli-based locations and whatnot. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, no, the current capital estimates are still the current capital estimates, so there's no change to what's before the House now with respect or as a result of this wildfire season. Again, as I'd indicated, if there was to be changes coming, that would be in a future capital plan. Yeah, I mean, the materials and the information that's before you here, there is already quite a bit investment into the area, so nothing contemplated to change in these capital plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Cam Lake.
Very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm also seeing in this capital acquisition plan points for or calls for things like dual seat fire bosses, which is an aircraft, calls for fire engine types, and looking at the summer we just had and the incredible support that we had from other places, both nationally and internationally, I'm wondering if these are items that the N.W.T also loans out or rents out to other places down south, or if we also send our crews south as well, looking at the support that we had here in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
The short answer is yes, Madam Chair. I think there's quite a fairly good network around Canada between different jurisdictions depending on the needs of any particular wildfire season or at any particular point within the wildfire season. Thank you.
Thank you. Department of Environment and Climate Change, Wildlife and Forest Management, Infrastructure Investments, $20,538,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Members, please return now to the departmental summary found on page 23. Department of Environment and Climate Change, 2024-2025 capital estimates, $21,078,000. Does committee agree? Does committee agree that consideration of the Department of Environment and Climate Change is now complete? Thank you, committee. Committee, we will now be considering the Department of Finance. Did you wish to change your witnesses?
Yes, Madam Chair.
In arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. All right, welcome back, Ms. Melanson. We will now consider the Department of Finance, which begins on page 33. We will defer the department totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 34 with Management Board Secretariat with information items on page 35. Are there any questions? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So, is there anyone else bringing money into this fiber linked to Tuck? Is there any other outside funding? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, the federal government is a fairly significant partner in this project. I believe that we are still sitting at approximately 75-25% on this, but let me just pause to the Deputy Minister to see if I'm correct. I'm correct. Leave it at
that. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. If I remember correctly, though, I think I've seen this now over 2 or 3 different capital budgets. Has this work actually started, and when is it going to finish? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair, we are, the contemplation is that this would follow the transportation utility of the Tuck Highway, so, which took, some time to finish that and now to be ready for it. I gather we are now at a point where they are doing the environmental assessments and will be prepared to submit that to then have the project move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, so the work hasn't actually started, I think, is what I heard. Who's going to own this thing at the end of the day? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's an extension of the Mackenzie Valley fiber line, so will be a N.W.T asset. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, but this is part of the overall P3 approach on this thing, so Northwest Tel's building the thing for us or something and going to operate it for 30 years or whatever, and then we're left with it afterwards. Is that how this works? And maybe I'm, but I'd like to hear what the minister has to say. Thanks.
Thank you, Member. Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This part is owned by the N.W.T and not being constructed by Northwest Tel, so it's separate from the other portion of the Mackenzie Valley fiber line. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks. I'm actually glad to hear that. So is this actually going to be taking fiber into people's houses or, the edge of their lots, or is this just into some place in the middle of the community? Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the member's asking if there's a point of presence, and that's what there will be. There'll be a point of presence into the community. Fiber into the home is provided by an internet service provider, which would be, for example, Northwest Tel, but there are other internet service providers, and particularly in the Beaufort Delta area. But once they have the point of presence, they can then take that fiber into a home. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Okay, thanks. I guess maybe I'm jumping the gun here, but has that party been identified? And are we facilitating that in any way? Thanks.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I was hoping to find quickly is that I know that Northwest Tel was under an obligation to the CRTC in order to provide fiber to the home and have been providing updates of the progress on that project now for some time. I don't, on my fingertips, know whether they are under the same obligation for this stretch. I anticipate that they may be. I'll commit to find that, Madam Chair. I don't see it here on the list of communities that Northwest Tel is obligated under, so they may not. Oh, no, Madam Chair, I take that back. They are on the list of upcoming communities that Northwest Tel has on their Every Community project, which I think would support greater connectivity. The details of that would be with Northwest Tel, not mine, though. Thank you.
Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm kind of interested in this because I don't think the promise of the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Link really panned out because, when it was sold to MLAs, and I wasn't here, the idea was that this was going to lead to faster, more affordable, more accessible internet. I don't think it's actually done that in some cases for some of the communities along the route. So it sounds like this tuck is going to be done a little bit differently, or there's some magic pot of money that's going to make this happen. Is that the case? Thank you.
Thank you. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, there would be no fiber to the home in any of the communities along the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Line, but for the existence of the Mackenzie Valley Fiber Line. N.W.T will be in the same position that once the fiber does reach the community, I can't speak for CRTC nor for Northwest Tel, but my understanding of the expectation between those two parties is that this is a service that Northwest Tel is responsible for, that they've committed to 50/10 for all communities, and indeed have, I think, delivered a majority of the communities at this point, particularly along the fiber line, but also in some of the South Slave communities. So I can certainly get that and have an update for members from Northwest Tel and ask them to provide that directly as to what they've done. But again, without the fiber line to begin with, they wouldn't have been able to accomplish what they have. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Frame Lake.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'd appreciate the update. And look, I get that this is kind of the backbone thing, but when the project was sold, it was that people were going to get faster, cheaper internet in their homes, and I don't think that that's actually happened in some of the communities. So anything we can do to help make that happen, great, because I don't think it's really panned out the way that it was sold. So, and I'll just leave it at that. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Department of Finance, Management Board, Secretariat, Infrastructure Investments, $1 million. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn now to page 36 for the Office of the Chief Information Officer with information items on page 37. Department of Finance, Office of the Chief Information Officer, Infrastructure Investments, $2,847,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Members, please return now to the departmental summary found on page 33. Department of Finance, 2024-2025. Capital estimates, $3,847,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Does committee agree that that consideration of the Department of Finance is now complete? Thank you. Committee, we will now consider the Department of Health and Social Services, which begins on page 39. We will defer the departmental totals and review the estimates by activity summary beginning on page 40 with administrative and support services with information items on page 41. Did you need to switch out your witnesses? Yes. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witness from the chamber. Minister, would you please introduce your new witness?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Joining now at the table, Perry Heath is the Director of Infrastructure and Planning for the Department of Health and Social Services.
Welcome. Members, we are on Department of Health and Social Services, Administrative Support Services, Infrastructure Investments, $1 million. Does committee agree? Thank you. Please turn now to page 42 for Health and Social Programs with information items on page 43 and 44. Department of Health and Social Services, Health and Social Programs, Infrastructure Investments, $40,021,000. Does committee agree? Thank you. Next, turn to page 45 for long-term and continuing care services with member for Frame Lake. Which are you wanting to speak to long-term? Member for Frame Lake.
Thanks, Madam Chair. We need to do third reading on a bill. I think this is, a good place to cut this off so that we can move to that. So I'm going to move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is in order and non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? The motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering table docket 973-19 brackets 2 and would like to report progress. And Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be concurred with. Thank you.
Thank you, member for N.W.T. Lakes. Do we have a seconder? Member for Frame Lake. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Minister responsible for justice.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the honourable member for Yellowknife South, that Bill 82, Legal Profession Act, be read for the third time. And Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister's requested a recorded vote. All those in favor, please rise.
The member for Hay River North. The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. The member for Decho. The member for Hay River South. The member for Thabacha. The member for Cam Lake. The member for Frame Lake. The member for Nunakput. The member for Yellowknife North. The member for Tunadé-Welledé. The member for Montfouille. The member for Great Slave. The member for Nahende. The member for Yellowknife South, the member for Sawtoo, the member for Range Lake, the member for Inuvik Boot Lake, the member for Yellowknife Centre.
All those opposed, please rise. All those abstaining, please rise. The results of the recorded vote, 18 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Bill 82 has had third reading. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Orders of the day for Friday, September 29th, 2023, 10 a.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, returns to oral question 1578-19-2, recognition of visitors in the gallery, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to the Commissioner's address, petitions, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, tabling of documents, notices of motions, motion 84-19-2, motion 85-19-2, notice of motion for first reading of bills, first reading of bills, second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of bills and other matters. Bills 23, 65, 74, 75, 78, 80, 81, 84, 85, 93, and 94. Committee reports 52, 53, 55, 61, and 62. Minister Statement 264. Table documents 681, 973, 974. Report of Committee of the Whole, third reading of bills, Bill 77, orders of the day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Friday, September 29th, 2023 at 10 a.m.